2. I that OBS kind of fucked me up there. They changed the order on some things, and I just made an ass of myself. I just made a big dumb idiot of myself there because I clicked the wrong button because it was in the wrong spot. Now they heard me say the number 2. What am I supposed to? What are they supposed to do that information, guys?
I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that information.
Well, they can do more than one thing with that information.
Oh,
God.
Does that mean I'm a bad GM because I could only think of one thing?
Well, it's the number 2, so they can do more than one thing with it.
Well, welcome
I'm
to the
glad that
stream. Well, what?
I was gonna say, I'm glad that I just straight up caused Sean psychic damage on that one.
Wrong game. Sean's the only one getting psychic damage in this game anyways right now.
We did choose different paths.
It's true. Well, welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm your host, Isaac, MCCanary, Annie. It's time for more Mothership. More Mothership of the God of Limbs. Everybody introduce yourselves and who you're playing as.
Jackson, me, him, also known as Fred. And eggnog is out of season, but my wife made a delightfully terrible choice and bought some anyway. So my lactose intolerant ass. What's up?
Where are you getting eggnog in April?
Man, that eggnog must be real good or really bad.
I'm gonna be delivering my whole body down the drain in like 45 minutes. So like,
well,
whatever scenes come in whatever orders, at some point I'll be like, oh god, I'll be back.
John, you might be alone at some point in this stream. My body's been having a rebellion.
Good. Okay. Well, hi. My name is Sean, also known as the Talking Skull. He, him, and I'll be playing Kolya today.
And hopefully not having any toilet runs, apparently.
Not generally.
Yeah? I think I've
you,
settled...
You with your gallbladders and everything.
Uh-huh.
What a privileged answer you give.
Me with my ability to eat cheese and drink milk.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
If it's any consolation, Jackson, my body has been rebelling against me today, but I think it's finally calmed down a little bit. But that doesn't mean it still won't.
That is fine. Good.
I've just had an abnormal number of visits to the toilet for me for a normal day.
Yeah, that does that. What were we talking about? Were you in that conversation about salmonella the other night?
I was like, boy, did I get the salmonella? I was there for that.
We were just talking about that, yeah.
Did your wife give me salmonella by eating her cookie dough?
Did she shove cookie dough down your throat?
I don't know. Maybe the secret is not that eating cookie dough raw is dangerous because you will get salmonella, but because if you eat cookie dough raw, somebody in the world gets salmonella.
Salmonella's all in the head, man.
Like,
if nobody ever invented salmonella, no one would have ever got it. Because no one would even know about it.
And then nobody would have
ever... like the game.
And then nobody would have ever been warned against eating cookie dough raw, because I believe it's not a matter of you might get salmonella. I think it's a matter of somebody will get salmonella if you eat it raw. I don't know the science behind that, but I think there's a probability of it happening. I just
explained the science behind that.
That's a deep cut, Sean.
Is it a deep cut?
Oh, the game just dragging that one back from beyond.
I feel like I've weirdly seen it making a comeback in the last year.
Really?
I don't know why.
Oh.
Like, I feel like I went about 5 years without ever hearing about the game, and
God
then suddenly
damn
I
it.
heard about it.
I was like, for a
times in the
second,
last year.
I was like, I had to catch up for a second to be like, did you just make me and anyone who now watches this and the VOD lose the fucking game? Do you not want this stream to succeed? Is that what it is? Is this finally the secret? Is that? Well, now
There
that we've
is.
I'm just
lost...
saying this was our generation 6-7.
It truly was.
No, it's true. Maybe 6-7 is better because the game pisses everybody off.
I've got one last tangent.
The game is really funny because the entirety of it is about losing. Like there's no winning the game, but also there's no playing the game. You only ever are losing the game or it's not happening at all.
Yep.
It's the most miserable concept for an experience.
That's what the VOD... Hey, Sean, just send me the game. That's the VOD title. Doesn't matter anything else. It's just the title of this VOD's just gonna be the game.
Oh yeah,
The description will be you just lost.
I remember in high school there was one guy for a straight year that my presence, like basically he and I seeing each other would remind it. I would remember seeing him and then walk up and I'd just have a smile on my face, just like, "Hey, buddy."
Oh god.
Because he just had to set eyes on me and then he'd remember. There was. I'll shut up at one point, but there was something that's very funny to me that because you guys awaken a very old memory. There was a comic called 8-Bit Theater, the Final Fantasy comic, where at one point this relates back to somebody gets salmonella, because at one point they're like, "Black Mage, what powers your spells?" And he says, "Love," and they're like, "Love? That's unexpected." He says, "Yes, every time I use my spell, there's just a little bit less love in the world after that."
What did that have to do with salmonella?
Oh, just that every time somebody eats cookie dough, somebody in the world gets salmonella.
Yeah. See, that's my magic. That's where my magic power actually comes from. Every time I do something that takes magic, somebody in the world gets salmonella for equivalent exchange.
Mm-hmm. Sure, alchemy cost.
Yeah. Somebody in the world gets shits themselves for a week.
I want to hear.
And I think it works in reverse because clearly somebody right now is doing a lot of fucking magic today. Fuck.
Apparently, yeah. I want to hear Edward Elric read the recipe for a cookie dough. 30 grams flour, 15 grams sugar.
We are 15 minutes, technically 10. We haven't even started. What is the last thing everybody fucking remembered?
Getting in the elevator.
Uh-huh.
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 And?
We met up briefly.
Yeah. Not in the elevator.
Not in the elevator.
We got
Fred to slam down some sushi.
Okay. What's
There's a funny friend in the attic. Well, not in the attic, but in the upstairs.
In the upstairs
we
bedroom.
left behind. We were just like, this is not our problem, I guess. For now.
I did have a question actually.
Okay.
I noticed that because like talking about the funny friend, I noticed that one of your frequent descriptor words is distended. Yes. I realized at some point I didn't know that word. It turns out it just means like bloating. Is that like it just means for something to bloat?
Because
is that the picture you were trying to paint?
Not necessarily bloating. I was thinking more, and if you would like to wish to navigate down to the picture zone on the Miro board. I would have maybe I was using the word distended wrong then. I didn't know it was like more of like a bloating because I thought that would be more like a almost a stretching is what I was using it to describe.
Yeah,
When I describe somebody as like distended, that they're like stretched out.
yeah, no, it's. I would potentially say it's sort of the opposite. Like it's
God damn it, have I been using that word wrong? Again?
visible swelling or expansion of the midsection. This is abdominal distension.
I mean that I uh, yes then. I would say it still is mostly correct. If you're thinking like of an outward swelling though, no, it is more of the extension that is being described by that is more descriptive of the distension of that Fred is like seeing when you find one of these reanimated bodies.
Gotcha.
But it could look swollen. It looks maybe swollen in that like it is very fleshy and pink and red. Like it looks like
Mhm.
swollen flesh, but the actual like body itself is like stretched as well.
Yeah.
But I guess I might have been using the word distended wrong.
Sorry. I was just thinking about that one, thinking about the upstairs
You were looking for
person.
extended.
It's just extended. God damn it. Why do I do this? Sometimes I just use a word because I think it sounds fancier. I really do
I
still got the DeviantArt brain. It seems I still got the fan fiction brain a little bit. It seems I just want to use the fancy words, guys. Extended's too boring.
you were trying to use the $5 words, but unfortunately it was Canadian money.
Yeah. Okay, extended. Extended or expanded or stretched, I guess is what I should have said.
Nah, you're good. I'm just giving
Good
you a
on
hard time at this point.
good on you for calling me on using that word. I didn't even remember like I could see myself using that word. Listen, this is helpful. I'm trying my best to learn how to use a dictionary, I promise. I'm
Well,
trying
it
to be
was
more responsible at looking up a word before I use it, usually.
well, it's funny because like I had the same thought process as kind of what you're having now, where well, not same, but but I had the thought process of like I was like, this sounds like extended, but I don't know this word. Let me Google this word, and I was like, oh, this word is different.
Uh-huh. Words do mean different things, unfortunately. I just want them to mean the same thing, but fancier sometimes.
Is that Winnie the Pooh meme?
Which one?
The
Uh,
fancy too.
the, the one
The one that's
where
about being fancy.
yeah, yeah. Let's see.
Is this what the April Fool's bit was today? Am I being? Are we just not gonna? We're
The
just gonna
April
talk
Fool's
for.
joke is that we're not actually going to play the game. We're
We're
just
not
going to talk
actually gonna
about the word
play.
distended for a really long time.
We're gonna talk about everything. We're gonna do everything but play the game today. I
I'll
didn't
post it.
consent to this though.
There we go.
you
Here,
have you shared the word for? Oh, sure, 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 sure. Fair enough. Well, now that that question is out of the way, what were you up to last time, Fred? And Colia, I guess,
I
but
already
Fred.
told you I left my funny friend behind,
Yeah.
and that's the main. That's about where we left me off.
I had a Merrill spat with Joanne. Uh, went over to Daimon Sushi, slammed some sushi,
Eh?
and then I think we kind of left off investigating the building.
Yeah.
I went
You
back
were
over to check out the building, and then we called it.
yeah, because you were on your way to look for some other officers that had lost contact. You also learned some stuff about it. You at least got some nuggets of insight on what is happening to people who are not just being transformed. There's a little bit of intel on that. I don't know if you remembered any of that or anything, but there was that.
Yeah. The fact that the xenomorph virus thing, has not been behaving exactly how Doc portrayed it might. How Doc was painting the picture. Sometimes people just get sick in different ways, and they don't come back as monsters. They just turn into the brain gets zombied.
Well, I will clarify then. People are getting sick. Like they're getting sick and don't seem to transform until they die.
Well, there was definitely a section where we were talking about how, like, maybe depending on how long they're sick or something like that, there was an alternate end where they got sick and maybe died, but still didn't turn. There was something about that, like,
Yes, there was a case that was confirmed that after about 2 weeks after they died, they didn't transform, but they did still suffer a lot of negative symptoms from being infected.
Okay, gotcha.
Like the aforementioned being zombified.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yes, I will say if that is how you want to interpret it, the takeaway is you there are negative symptoms whether you are alive or not. That is the takeaway. Yes.
Gotcha.
So yeah. On that note, there's two more things I want to do. One, keep forgetting. Actually, the end of last stream, recovering stress. You all did go to Daimon, so you each recover one stress from that, definitely. Any other... Would anyone say that they got any of their directives for stress recovery?
Is there an automatic point as well, or is that not a thing?
That is not a thing.
Okay. Yeah, excuse me. Company directive.
I do think you got Billy too, at least like you got Billy closer, and he is currently just in Milsek's custody, so that would be a stress for both of you as well.
I'll take it. Yeah, I feel like that counts. Got Billy Blast over there.
Mm-hmm. And since you guys did go to Daimon, would we like to discuss a potential replacement for it? Because I'd say you guys got that one fully, so.
What
What the hell? Thank you. I was wondering what was going on. I tried to interact with it, and I was like, I can't click on it now. That's good to know. I didn't know that works that way.
when you're finished, well, actually, I'll write this in the one next over, and pose it as a question.
You'll write that in Joanna's.
Yeah.
We're just gonna leave. We're just gonna leave something.
Hibachi?
We're just gonna leave something here. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. What was that about? Huh, that was weird.
I put it here.
Boy, I almost don't want to remove that now because I will forget what I put that there for, and that's part of the reason why I love this board. Okay. We just want to go to we want to make our save points at different various restaurants we've heard about because I'm fine making that a thing. Now, you did write it. I need to hear your sales pitch for this. For where is Fred coming from on this one?
It's like a chain because there's Daimon Sushi, and then MRL Hibachi just has the D shaded out as well. Like doesn't have the D in its sign as well.
Okay.
But it's a chain of gems. They're imperfect gems, is what they are, because they're missing a letter.
How do you feel about that, Coley? You get a notification and just see that under the company directives.
I think I I think Coley just closes it. I don't think it means anything to him.
This is nothing.
Yeah.
Fair. I mean, I like the idea behind that. So if you want the group directives to be just a different restaurant tours, I'm fine with that. That gives me something to chew on, in fact. So yes, I can do this. I am okay with this. All right. Other than that, and the questions that I have covered, are there any other questions? Questions or clarifications?
Couldn't think of another question. I've asked every question. I've asked all of them.
Well, it sounds like we're all caught up then. I'm good to go. Uh, Starting off, actually, I, 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 I would, I will. Who would like to lead? Who wants to take the leading? I will say, Sean, you've led twice, so
Jackson never wants to.
Yeah, might as well make a 3.
you son of a gun. Give me 1 second then. Swear to hell. I was gonna say, I swear to hell, YouTube, if you crap on me now, I will come to your house. Alright. Polia, you and the other half of the crew, Maison and Quincy, pull away from Daimon, heading away from whatever facility it looked like that other Milsect car had pulled up to, as you see Fred approaching the entrance and going inside. You guys are not far from the first deck bridge, one of these kind of spiraling towers. It's actually one of these spiraling columns that actually links and supports the vertical pylons of Titan Residence, allowing you to gain access to the next deck. As you enter deck 3, you notice that The first thing that you notice is the general quality of this deck does seem to be better. It's not necessarily beautiful, but it certainly is much more composed. It doesn't have as many signs of like disrepair degradation, though it does show like that it has like some wear to it. Um, it has some of the disrepair that you have seen around deck 4, but overall it does seem that there's much less clutter and debris in the streets overall, but it's still present. Um, as you're passing by the buildings on this deck, many of them are fewer of them look outright condemned like you saw in the previous deck, and as far as you can tell, there's a bit better maintenance and care taken to things like the street lamps and the condition of the roads on this deck. Uh, Most notably, by it seems like most, if not all, of the lights seem to still be working. That said, none of the buildings really look all that much more inviting as you pass all of these buildings, and none of the porch lights or any of the like entry lights are active. Uh, Still deathly quiet. And many of the buildings are barred shut with either metal gating or other kinds of more urban uh, fencing that block entries and passageways into any of the buildings. They're still densely crowded, the buildings around the deck, and if you look towards the center of the resident um, resident of Titan residency, uh, there appears instead of that lake just a garden growing around the outskirts of the hole that lets light come in directly down through the center of the residence all the way down to the lowest deck. Uh, Giving that kind of atmosphere to the environment as you are passing through this deck. How are you feeling right now? What are some of the first things on your mind?
Um, I think Kolya is just like preoccupied. Like Kolya is sort of taking cursory note of our surroundings, but is mostly just like sort of stewing over all of the stuff that's been going on.
As you're taking notes and kind of looking around and glancing around, something catches your eye. You're kind of like looking, I would imagine, like out like some of the windows and out the front window. Um, and as you're glancing around, your eye catches the rear view mirror for a second, and you notice Quincy quietly kind of gazing at you through the mirror. And for a moment, uh, your eyes kind of lock and they look away shortly after.
Everything all right, Quincy?
When you say that, they turn their head kind of slowly as they had kind of moved to like look out the window. And they say, "Everything is fine. Why do you ask?"
Nothing, I guess.
Hmm.
What do you make of this place?
They say they say well, as far as I can tell, this is an unprecedented event that right now the condition of Tennyson is, well, just very poor. I certainly feel uneasy and a little concerned about the condition of and the safety of the group as well as anyone who is on the station right now.
I see. I just sort of drift back into thought.
Okay. Yeah, you continue on. Oh. How did I manage to do that? I found a new way to fuck up YouTube. I didn't even know how I did that.
Ooh.
I just somehow only opened the single song from a playlist instead of the whole playlist. Um, but yeah, just to kind of continue on that thought, then, do you have does Colia have any thoughts, or are you just focused uh on kind of like continuing to track your observations? Is there anything on your mind that you?
Clay's just sort of trying to think through the problem that they were experimenting with the funny friend. I The problem is I don't remember the name of the guy who ran the Daimon Sushi, so I don't.
Cujo.
Cujo, right?
Cujo.
Just sort of thinking about the problems that they were experimenting with Cujo's wife, and like sort of whether and how what the relationship is between these like visions that he's having and these creatures that we're being transformed into.
Okay.
Because he's pretty convinced that there's a connection, but I don't think he's necessarily clear on, like, it doesn't seem as simple as just there's the aliens and we're shape shifting into the aliens. So, like, he's trying to figure out, he's trying to noodle out what the connection actually is.
No pun intended. Gotcha. Um, Actually, as you're doing that, uh, Quincy does like take a pause, and you hear them respond. What are you thinking right now, Colia?
Well, if, uh, whatever is happening on Tennyson is connected to some alien sentience that existed long ago, but we still don't really know how. We don't really know if there is some. If this is just some sort of bacterial remains and the species itself is dead, or if there is some intelligent guidance to what's happening here. Is this a defense mechanism? Is this an active attempt to communicate or to subjugate, or is it simply an unintended consequence of something that happened thousands of years ago.
As you're mentioning that and having this conversation with Quincy, Maison has actually been notably focused on just driving. He actually hasn't looked at you this entire time. But as you say that, he does say, well, maybe he did say, I feel like I had something to say and then I had too many other thoughts. Um, he does interject and say, he does interject saying, what what would make you think something like that? So far, all that we've seen is some kind of outbreak responsible, uh, correlating to this contagion that we were harboring, we were cultivating. Is there some kind of direction that you have been able to see notably?
Well, first of all, there is the fact that there is this all stems from the uh, things that we were collecting. And the very first thing that I heard on the radio as we were approaching Tennyson was a frequency that matched the sort of what I can only assume is some kind of intrusion alarm or something, or perhaps simply a means of communication we don't understand, but it's the same. It's the same. I've heard it before.
As you say that, you recall a portion of it. Your memory of it is hazy since when you heard it, you didn't quite know what it was, and it was already distorted to begin with. For you, some kind of almost raw deja vu gives you the feeling of home when you think back at that sound you heard. As you say that, Quincy does confirm, and they they respond saying, "Is absolutely correct. We weren't able to verify the origin of where that sound was originating from. We also can't verify that it was human or not. We I can surmise that it maybe was either an alien uh an alien artifact or some kind of transmission made through alien means. You know that there are extraterrestrial artifacts that have been found, and they have been even seen amongst our own findings. There's nothing to rule out that very likely that it originated from an alien source as well. When they say that, you again kind of notice a little bit more of a direct kind of look. Like Quincy is talking towards you, but they're like looking directly at you when they say that, even though even though they're saying that to both you and Maison.
All I know is that both times that these aliens have made contact that I am aware of, even if it is only contact with the ancient, long dead remains of their civilization, it has resulted in wiping out everyone who came in contact with them. I do not know if this is deliberate or if it is incidental. This is what I am trying to figure out.
I don't remember actually. Do you remember if you guys directly addressed what might have happened when you first touched that artifact? I just want to double check.
I don't think I mentioned it to anybody. I don't remember who was there to see me like pass out.
It was, I'm pretty sure it was, definitely Fred was there. I think it was Joanna and Quincy were there, because I think the other team was back on the ship, I believe.
I think you're right.
So Quincy was present for that. Quincy does ask. They ask, do you still have it?
I do not. I moved it to the ship. I think I moved it to the ship. I moved it to the ship, didn't I?
I believe
Yes, I did.
so. Yes. Yes.
I put it on the ship so that I could investigate further later.
They nod in response, and actually move to continue looking out the window. Maison says, "Well, that is quite the development. It sounds like whatever happened when you interacted with that artifact. I do think it would be a good idea to look at whatever is happening.
Nothing is happening to me. I'm fine.
They
Spell of fainting. I'll be all right."
he gives a slight nod and focuses back to the road. Here's what I will say. I will push this scene a little bit longer, and when ads hit, that's when the switch will happen. Because this is the funny thing about talking. This is the funny thing about how the game has been paced so far. I think most of the time has been actually pretty real time. uh, as you are continuing to pass through deck 2 or deck 3, you notice there's still very little activity amongst like the roads of this deck. It seems like between like what you saw on deck 4 and with Cujo, there does seem to be like some active measure, whether it be by Tennyson or Milsect or just the people who live here, try to like keep themselves contained on some level, and you don't see any activity regarding anyone outside. And it's safe to assume that most have just barricaded themselves inside if they can, where it's safe. If they weren't able to,
Is this like a commercial district primarily, or like residential, or is it like industrial? Like what kind of buildings are these?
I would say between deck 3 and 4, between deck 4 and 3, it's about 50-50. You go through sections of residential and commercial areas, with just the most notable thing of difference is their overall quality and like presentation and upkeep. but it's been about 50-50. Like every few blocks you'll pass like a series of residents and apartments. There isn't like any housing per se. It's just all been essentially like residential blocks of apartments, followed by commercial districts of various kinds of restaurants and businesses, all of which seem to also have this kind of closed, gated appearance as things have been naturally barricaded by the same kinds of just natural gating you would see in an urban setting. So it's not like things are closed off from like physical barricades that have been put up, and more like things have been locked down just with the fencing that is available and the gating that's available. Uh, as you are passing through as well, another thing that you notice is notable checkpoints dotting portions of Deck 3 that you can surmise were efforts to provide help to citizens there at some time. That said, at the moment, most are seemingly completely deserted. Uh, you do pass through a couple that show some activity. Some of them do show the occasional survivor scavenging for supplies. Others that show activity, however, are simply inhabited by the dead, both active and inert. And as you pass by or pass through these sections, maybe a bit cautiously, you notice almost cyst-like mounds of flesh covering various surfaces of parts of these checkpoints, where you've noticed collections of infected individuals.
Pull over.
You pull over?
I say this when we're like a little bit past one of those.
Interesting. N- Uh, Maison gives you a kind of like he gives you an uneasy look and does pull off to the side.
If we're going to understand what these things are on any level, we have an invaluable opportunity. We have a vehicle here that they can't outrun. And did it when we like passed by, like did it react to us at all, or like
I will say you like maybe passed one or two, and you could pass through them. They might have looked up to see you passing, but you were able to pass by quick enough that they didn't necessarily pursue, or if they did pursue, they didn't pursue far or long.
okay.
I would say like you might
If
be approaching another one of these checkpoints that you notice might have some of these cysts growing off of surfaces.
if we can take some time to observe them from a safe distance while they are not aware of us, we can get an idea of what these things are like and what they are doing when they are not aggressive. We've only seen them in predator prey-seeking behaviors, but we do not know what they're doing otherwise. It may provide some valuable intel.
One moment. I need to make a note. This is good. I need to make a note.
You okay, Jackson?
Mhm.
Okay.
That eggnog hitting you hard?
That
Yeah.
that eggnog fucking yep, man. All right.
Yeah.
This is actually perfect because I think yes. Maison pulls over to the side and like shuts off the vehicle all the way, so that way it's completely quiet. If there were any headlights or anything on, he turns off the lights and everything. And you see him kind of like lean forward and rest his chin on his hands on top of the wheel of the car. He's pondering for a second, and he says, what do you have in mind? Any kind of observation device? Any way that you think we could get any information? I like this line of thought, but I definitely don't want to go in there half-cocked.
Fortunately, all I have is this motion tracker and this Geiger counter. I don't have binoculars or anything like that. Would be helpful if we did.
Heck.
Does Quincy have binocular eyeballs?
Quincy does not, unfortunately, have binocular eyeballs. However, actually, no. You ask that, and Quincy goes, unfortunately, no. My vision is simply attuned to human acuity. It's 2020, but no better than that. I apologize. I'm quite limited in my capacity as such.
Hmm.
And when you say that, I'm like, I almost don't want to goad too hard, but I'm also like, I want to at least like have a little payout of this for something you might not expect. When you ask that kind of jokingly, do you like take any attention to Quincy's features at all?
Sure.
As they say that, you kind of like take a moment to like look a little closer at their like face. You're not like getting in there, but you're like noticing features about their face that you might not have looked closely. And something about their eyes and their face, um you've never really noticed how like real their features look. Like um they look like they don't look artificial.
Hmm.
They don't appear artificial. Um, they do say I would be able, if we were able to get close, I would be able to at least maybe gather some samples that you, Colia or Maison, would be able to utilize later if we were able to get to the labs or something. Maybe give some information based on that.
I'd really like to just observe behavior. I don't need. I mean, if we can collect a sample, it wouldn't hurt. But the goal here is to understand the motivation, behavior, to gather sort of almost ecological data.
You see Maison look up, and they're like, what's in the compartment above your head? You are in a Milsec car. You might be able to find something in the Milsec car. Even I just realized this.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I'd say you can scrounge around, and I'll say you can find. I'll say you're not able to find like binoculars. You're able to find a. You're able to find an optic that you
find
can
an
use.
ad.
You find an ad. Finally, you find an optic that you can use. That's got like I'm gonna give it a weird number. It has 5 times magnification.
That's pretty good.
So you're able to find something. So I'll say that's minuscule.
I just hold
Telescopic.
it manually.
Yes.
I have a spyglass.
You don't have it. Well, you do. You could. The other notable feature is you could attach it to the rifle if you wanted it to, but you don't have to.
Or I could use it as a spyglass.
Or you could use it as a spyglass. Exactly. It's modular. Well, perfect timing then. Ads will play, and we'll switch sides. I'm learning something that I'm really proud of now that I'm definitely going to take moving forward. Is I definitely, if there's anything, if I'm going to be this detail oriented, I definitely want the details detailed enough that you'll be like, do a thing. That made me really happy, Sean.
So, what track is this, by the way?
This is the Outer Wilds.
Ah,
It's very good.
good.
It's very good. Highly recommend. It definitely is playing a huge influence on this game, along with the other things that we played earlier last year.
Like Xenogears?
Like Xenogears. Ah, shit. Don't. No, clearly Xenosaga, Jackson, because that game is just doing everything that I'm trying to do right now.
Barely touched. That's true.
Ah, shit.
Also,
Cosmos is in the car with you the entire time, Sean. Fuck.
Ah, jeez.
Cosmos.
Cosmos. I'll never not call them Cosmos now. I have to. I'm like required, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to tell you. They're Cosmos. They always have been and they always will be. I'll never change.
Mhm.
Gonna be a couple minutes at least.
You
Maybe
monster! It's supposed to switch to you. Go to the
I
bathroom.
know.
You could
Well,
have left
Sean.
3 minutes ago when ads started.
I guess your seed's gonna continue when ads end. They're about to end. Goddamn. But I'm glad. Well, okay, all right, all right.
No.
Now Jackson's gonna get an extra long seed. Now Jackson's gonna be the second half of the stream.
Yeah, we'll see how long Jackson's
Foray into the deep.
foray takes.
Uh-huh. Cause yeah, I mean, I was ready to switch. I was ready to switch gears, but the gears have been switched back to you. It appears.
You switched the car into second gear, and the car was like, "Nope, fuck that. We're going back."
Uh-huh. And
What if
instead it went straight into reverse. Well, here's what I will say. I will try not to advance. Welcome back from ads, everybody. I was gonna switch to Jackson, but I can't now.
But Jackson died.
Jackson
died.
collapsed
on the floor in a pile of sweat and vomit
and milk, eggnog, and
milk
eggnog.
product.
He probably did the funny Peter Griffin fall down and lie on the ground, just like that. I did show people our music video, and they did joke that you did make the Peter Griffin death pose in that video.
Yeah, a little bit.
You kind of did. I mean, I love that moment, but it kind of is the Peter Griffin death pose. Anyways, you okay? Okay. You find this scope, and you are kind of carousing with Maison and Quincy. What are some ideas you have?
So The idea is just like sort of stakeout style. Like I just want to observe them for a little bit while they're not actively attacking anything and like see what kind of behaviors we can glean. Like, does it seem like they're actively searching? If there's more than one of them, do they seem to communicate with each other in any way? Are they just like dormant, or do they seem like they are more active? Like, I want to get a sense of what these things are like in their own environment. Well, their own environment, but when they're not actively hunting.
And I will say, it does occur to you that it is safer from like your current position or a nearby position, if you can conceal, to um, be able to observe. But from this like from your current point, you will get more limited information. However, it does occur to you that you could, if you do want to either get closer or change to a different position, you might be able to get a little bit of a better viewpoint into whatever is happening in one of these checkpoints. Um, but it would be more dangerous. You would be a little bit more. You would be more at risk comparatively.
Are we on an incline at all?
Currently, no. As you've been passing through the decks are pretty level. There's not like hills or anything. They're just flat decks.
Yeah, I have an idea.
Okay.
Because I value having the ability to just like start the car and drive away if we need to.
Okay.
Can we put the car? I'll ask this in character. So I like pull. Well, let's establish ground situation first. So I pull out the optic and I look through it and I try to just like get a sort of initial impression of like what I see.
Okay. Yeah, you do that initially, and you can tell that there is activity happening in the direction and around one of these kind of infested checkpoints. You might see one of the bodies like bob in and out of view between like a tent or something, but otherwise you can't get more information unless you stay and watch for a really long time or move.
Okay. I'll say it's still not quite close enough. Maison. Uh,
Yes, that's me.
I understand we don't want to start the car necessarily and drive up, but if we put the car in neutral and one or two of us gets out and pushes from the front, we could quietly move closer without alerting their attention. That way we'd be able to get closer and still have access to the car to flee quickly if needed.
Maison looks a little uneasy, but Quincy actually speaks up and says, "If we decide to do that, I would volunteer to push." And
I
Maison
can push
kind
as
of,
well, since we'll need you to be at the wheel.
well, I will say, if anything happens, I'm confident that we could get away. Just note, uh, if you hear me honk at all, get inside immediately.
I mean, we're gonna be right in front of the car. Like, we'll be able to see you. You don't have to honk to signal us. Just like gesture.
Fair. It's a tense situation. I guess I just wanted to be helpful.
I'd rather you not honk. It might be more counterproductive.
When you put it that way, that's a fair point. um, yeah. Here, let me make a note of that so I don't forget. But yes, it does. It does have like a neutral gear. Honestly, I don't know how electric cars work, but I assume they can still be put in neutral. And if they can't, the future ones can. I would assume, because electric cars are weird. They don't, they don't work like a regular car. They're built different.
Yeah, the brakes work all funny.
Uh-huh. Okay, yeah. On that note, you guys are collecting for that. Fred, where you
Yeah.
left off, you were in the first room of this kind of municipal station. Uh, you had just stepped inside. What is your first impression? It was largely just kind of an empty room. There might have been like a table with like a desk or a desk situation in one of the corners, but it's largely an empty room, save for an entrance down into the municipal system of the station for this deck, and a kind of transceiver or not or a yeah, I'll just say a transponder. I know there's a better term. I was trying to think about it, but I don't know. Of evidence that the other team had passed through here.
Uh, I think I just start asking questions. I ask Sergeant Jen Lins. I just say, am I allowed to ask what they were doing here?
Answer, well, no, and I couldn't tell you, even if I knew.
Curious. One hand don't talk to the other.
It was on a need-to-know basis. My responsibility was just making sure the men were prepared and could get there safely and back. That's why I'm here now.
Gotcha. Anything we should know about this building? He,
I don't, I don't, I don't know, Fred. I didn't know I looked like a plumber to you.
I plumbed some stuff. Do I look like a plumber?
Well, maybe your powers combined with Baxter over there, you'll actually get us down deep inside to find them, find the other officers.
I'll try.
All right. Lead the way, ladies. He actually looks over at Joanna and says, "No offense," and she goes, "None taken." You guys approach the opening to this municipal system, looking down into it. It's very dimly light, and there's kind of almost a kind of tense atmosphere as you're starting to descend down into these seemingly cavernous, tunneling, winding passages that are the kind of various system passages of the station. As you're entering the tunnels of the municipal network, um, you you walk down kind of a set of stairs and are passing through various passageways of different kinds of systems, many that you actually are familiar with, to some degree, having done a little bit of work on various ships and stations. Uh, you pass between uh, corridors of uh, corridors of electrical wiring, as well as you pass through tunnels carrying wastewater and freshwater throughout portions of the deck, as well as even a couple of larger tunnels that gain access to the airflow as well as our primary airflows for the station. Generally speaking, the air is surprisingly kind of moist and rich, kind of given the atmosphere control that this kind of municipal sector is responsible for, to be able to move air and water and power throughout the station. Meanwhile, go ahead.
I'll go for it. Okay.
No, you.
Ask again. Yeah, maybe I didn't understand. What exactly kind of plant is this? I'm seeing water. I'm feeling the airflow. Like, is this just this station's everything plant? It just processes the whole deal.
As you're passing by down corridors, uh, every junction, or like every little bit, you see markings left behind by the previous team that you guys have been passing and making note of. Baxter speaks up, and he just says, or no, actually no, he would. Jensen does speak up, and he says, all I know is that we sent out people to handle some business sent to us from Rhea from on high. Go to various sections of the municipal stations around Titan Residency. They were deployed. I was asked to outfit them, make sure they would get there safely. All I know is where they went. I was not informed of what they were to do, and it was classified.
Gotcha. Does this building have any other I mean, I see a lot of wastewater treatment. I see, is that airflow treatment? Is this place do electric as well, or that's what I'm saying? It's kind of your whole kit and caboodle. Like, is it all done here? Or?
He says, I've lived on Tennyson for most of my life. I was stationed here, decade ago. I mean, it's a big station. I know it's been wired top to bottom. It just has a series of these kind of passages and tunnels. I mean, I've never had to personally sift through the shit of the station myself, I will admit.
Sure.
Otherwise, it's just seemingly the upkeep and lifeblood of the station.
Gotcha. I'm just trying to. Well, yeah.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
I'm just trying to get an understanding of my surroundings, so I know what we're walking into. Is all.
Well, as far as I know, Tennyson is just generally interconnected with a series of municipal corridors on each deck. So, and each of the teams I sent out was sent out with some informed destination, namely the air treatment.
Gotcha. It's a series of tubes. I'm picking it up now.
It is a series of tubes. It is not a big truck.
Yeah, that's what it came in on.
I've been on the internet. Wait, have you been on the internet, or have you been on the internet, Fred?
Only when I need to be. I find if I, there's all them dark patterns I fall into easily. Where if you start looking up one thing, you'll lead to another, and then you waste your whole day.
Yeah, no, I try not to use it much these days, but I mean, I grew it. You look at him, and he looks to be about in his early 40s, and he just says, I've been around. I know what the kids are talking about. Typically, usually.
Yeah, it's always a mystery with them youngins. That's not really a whole different language. Once you reach past a couple of years, you just don't understand each other anymore.
You got kids at home?
One,
Hmm.
got one kid.
He gives you a little like playful punch on the shoulder. They got a good father.
Thanks.
Heaven knows I don't know too many dads who put themselves in a situation like this, willingly or not.
Funnily enough, this one ended up being dabbling in both directions. I work for my kid and my wife, but I'm also here for my parents, and so I've been hearing, well, rightly so, the things haven't been going right. So I've been dropped into Tennyson just to see if I can get them out of all this mess.
When you say that, Joanna actually speaks up and she says, "That in mind, what is the condition of Rhea, anyways? Seems like the only thing we've seen is this pylon, and it certainly doesn't seem to be going great here." Jensen kind of straightens up and he says, "We've been doing our best to try to clean up the mess here in Titan Pylon. Rhea, we've gotten at least locked down. Any reports of anything happening there usually dealt with rather quickly, but otherwise it seems that, for the most part, Rhea has been successfully contained from whatever else is happening on the station."
It's impressive, honestly. Optimistic news, actually. That really reassures.
I'm glad it's good. I'm glad it's good information for you. For me, it kind of stinks.
Well, the fact they're stationed here, not there.
The fact that over 50% of the population has been moved onto one pylon. Not only is that not good for the pylon, I just got opinions.
Not sustainable long term, but it doesn't have to be long term. You think it's actually gonna? Do you think the mass of the people on the pylon is gonna throw it out of orbit or something like that? What are you saying?
No, nothing that dramatic. Well, maybe that dramatic, but nothing dramatic as far as an engineering standpoint is uh, concerned. Mainly, my concern is just the condition of what's happening. A little unprecedented, but also a little bit too convenient, my taste.
That's the first time I ever heard the word convenient. Who's benefiting from this?
Unfortunately, that's the rumor. That's the run of the mill, you know.
I mean, if you're gonna say Rosebud, then I can point you to a doctor where we can rustle him up a little bit because I've never been quite happy with him.
He pauses and he says, "If Rosebud's involved, I don't think they're involved by themselves, actually.
Fascinating.
Granted, I'll admit, I'm not I don't have any actual evidence. I'm just, I've been stuck in this god awful situation for the last couple months. At least thinking about how things have been going to shit. Things were going to shit well before any of this shit started happening, so me it just seems a little bit too well timed."
That's an impressive. I can't imagine that things could have been that bad before this. This is probably the worst thing I've ever seen personally. I mean,
Baxter,
granted,
oh, go ahead.
go for it. Granted,
You
I
go.
only did a short stint in Milsec, so I didn't get put on the ugly stuff.
Baxter says, then you're lucky to assume so. Place has actually been a shit show long before any of this. Businesses have been going out left and right.
They've been moving off site.
No, just closing. Can't sustain it. However, people also can't get off the goddamn station.
The economy isn't the shit or that hard. Like, you can't really get. I mean, I guess you're importing some resources now and then, but are there no exports whatsoever? Like, what's happening?
Uh, Jensen snorts, and he just goes, "What else do you think it is? Just a bunch of greedy assholes. That's what I think."
See, so they're just another day and another discount slavery. I get you.
Discount slavery. Whoever's left, they've just been clogging up the rest of the machine, it seems.
It's. I'm starting to understand a little bit.
Baxter does say, though, and he goes, "Well, I have my own pet theory, you know?
Oh, really? All right.
I mean, you've seen all the freaky shit going on, okay?
Yeah.
I think it is just I think they're just here to take over." Ugh. Jensen gives a weird look when he makes that sound.
I mean, it's definitely aliens. Like, I've already killed a few. They're
See,
definitely...
he agrees, and Jensen just gives him like a look like, "I never said it wasn't. I just..." He gives a look at you of help.
I didn't know how bad it was earlier. I mean, jobs suck, and sometimes they don't pay you right. I don't know if I'd want a shitty economy or aliens up my asshole. Neither of them sound fun, I guess.
Well, welcome to paradise, or hell for you, it sounds like.
Seems like I made the right choice. If I could actually... My parents aren't getting around so well these days. If I could find a way to... We got a ship, actually. We could probably work something out if you're looking to get... Well, no, I know you're specifically looking to quarantine, so never mind.
Jensen pauses, and he says, we're stuck within the systems that we're stuck within. I get it, but it'll do any good. Well, he looks at you, and you probably, not probably, you, along with your patch. What was your patch? You remember? I think it was...
No.
Actually, don't remember. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we just discussed whether I ever did time with a milsect.
Oh, the biohazard symbol. That's what the patch was.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yes.
But I would assume you also have branding somewhere on your outfit for Starbus. You were given like a Starbus jumpsuit.
Yeah.
He looks at you and he just says, If you're working with Starbus at the moment, I mean, I can never make any promises to anyone or anything, but at least see if Milsec can get in contact with Starbus to do something about this situation, because God knows they need to do something. I understand the necessity of trying to contain what's happening here. It's certainly not safe. It's not good. We don't want it spreading or nothing. We do need to get some people off of here. Do something.
I agree with that. I believe we have a joint. If you know off the top of your head, how many? We didn't take that many in. Like, what is the capacity of our ship?
Joanna thinks. Actually, she opens up her. You see her look at uh, her like, she has like an information module on her wrist, and she says, says here that the Nelly is booked for 3 passengers. Could take on 17 more.
Not a lot, but it's not nothing. All right.
They didn't give us the biggest evacuation shuttle, unfortunately. Yeah.
Nah, that's fair. If you have, I look back and I say, if you have 17 healthy people that are out of quarantine, you could take them back. Drop them off on the next safe place for refuge.
Not to interject, uh, would would Fred really offer the seats that his parents are gonna need? Also,
That's
do the
true. He
math.
thinks about it. Yeah, yeah. He didn't do the math, so he catches himself. He says, "By that I meant like 15, 14, 15. We got a couple members of family. I got my family, and we got there's a young gal with us who brother. She's really worried about her brother too. We got some space."
Joanna looks at Jensen and says, I agree with you on having to do what we can with the tools that were provided. Definitely, I'll be in contact with you after this. Try to get with Milsec, see if we can do some potentially alternative methods. She doesn't expand on the way she says that, and Jensen just says, "Guess we'll just be working on the business relation. Guess we'll just be working on the business relationship between two more corporations. Fun. Thank you."
Mhm.
You guys continue on, uh, entering the municipal station. Um, the atmosphere is still largely quiet. There's a sense of tension in the air. The only other sounds you really hear are the hums of generators or air being passed through. Occasionally, even the movement of water as you pass between station to substation to substation. As you guys enter further, Baxter, who's kind of been leading the group as he has a kind of like tracker held out in front of him, as you guys have been following the kind of breadcrumb trail left by the previous team, he goes, hey, hold up. Getting a positive reading on the other team. They're actually making some progress. They're still a ways out, but I do see them here.
I was reading. That's good sound.
Yeah.
All
Most
right.
notably, it has been relatively easy being able to pass through the passages so far. There hasn't been like anything obstructing you so far.
All right. Wow. Anything else? Or are we pushing on?
Lead the way. You guys continue on the trail for about another 5 minutes, and then as you're passing, there's a noticeable increase in the kind of like density of the air, almost to the point that it kind of becomes a little bit harder to breathe. Not because the air isn't breathable, it's like thick. It like is really moist almost. Like it's just suffocating in that kind of sense.
Yeah.
As you notice this spike in moisture, there's also an ambient increase in the kind of air temperature as well, and you can feel yourself starting to sweat into your suit a little bit. As you continue on deeper, things into change.
Just muttering myself. Damn, my ass cheeks are gonna squeak from all this sweat.
Oh wait, no, I don't want that. Oh wait, I don't want that.
Out of character, are we about to get to a bigger moment?
Are your bowels about to get to a bigger moment?
I hurt.
I'm so glad the prestige for this has been so extensive.
You son of a biscuit. Do you
Can't
do you
believe
need to
that.
go save your body? We can Kolia has things to do, yes.
Cool.
You actually you're like,
Okay,
wait,
I
hold
am
on.
sorry that you are in pain, but also it is self-inflicted.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Fred sees a bathroom on the way and is like, wait, hold on a second. Hey, that's the you're in this is the freshest shit, I guess.
Yeah, it's the freshest shit.
Uh-huh.
It is.
You get to poop straight into the water.
I don't know why I thought you were going to say microphone.
Don't do that, please. Do not poop directly into the microphone. Well, this music will still work anyways. Then we will go ahead and switch over. Polia, you and Quincy have climbed out of the the Milsec car. In front of you is one of these checkpoints that seems to have more activity from the infected, and you are preparing to kind of push this car forward. How are you
Point of
going
order,
about this?
Point of order, I definitely, maybe I wasn't clear about this. I definitely wanted to be like reverse. Like I wanted to be the car to be pointed backwards so that we're pushing it backwards toward the checkpoint. So that we're ready to just go if we need to.
Okay, yeah. I'll say you guys are far enough away that because these are all electric cars, they're actually not all that loud. That's one thing of note, is that the cars themselves are not all that loud. Like they make noise when they're on, but electric cars are typically quieter.
Fun fact: the loudest thing about a car is usually the tires at highway speed.
Yeah, that's true. I just had a fun like sci-fi thought of like, how likely is it that Kolia knows what a non-electrical vehicle is? I think it's possible. I think how would you say Kolia has like seen like a non-electrical vehicle of any kind?
I think, given the amount of like industrial equipment that there would have been on IO, I think that, you know, depending on how much battery technology has advanced in the time between current day and the game, I think it's likely there's some non-electric equipment in use at IO.
I would even go so far as to say that a combination of the setting, generally speaking, and the condition that IO is, it is likely, just because I would say like it is not. It is you need kind of like a disconnected.
It's not hospitable to battery storage, right. That's for sure.
It's not hospitable to battery storage. You kind of need a little bit more of a reliable fuel source, if that makes sense, than just pure electricity.
Also, I don't know that we'd be able to get good solar with all of the like ash covering.
Io is actually a weird moon. I did some reading on Io, and I'm kind of glad you picked Io, because our understanding of Io is fucking weird. Io acts really
cool.
weird. It is cool.
I like Io. I sort of picked it just because it was the most visually interesting of those fellas, but the more I read about it, the more I was like, this is just kind of a cool place. Not a nice place to live.
Oh no.
But it's cool.
But it is it's like very geologically active and everything. Like actually the most geologically active body in our solar system, even compared to us, a planet with life on it. So that's saying a fucking lot. It's like a little overactive. But
A little.
yeah, I would say like you so you would know like that if this was if this was a gas powered vehicle, or like a hydrogen powered vehicle, something that burned a fuel, it would be a lot louder, but it's not that loud to begin with. But you're able to like turn around, and then Maison is able to put it into neutral, and you guys start pushing it backwards, while Maison is looking over his shoulder to see where you guys are going. Uh, as you approach, or what? So, yeah, you turned that around. How are you setting up? Are you just behind it on the side next to Quincy? Any other details?
Hopefully in front of it is to not be rolled over.
Yes, that's fair. But yes.
Yeah, no, I assumed that we were just like side by side pushing it. And we should I don't know how tall this vehicle is. Is it like sedan sized or is it larger, more like a van?
I would say it is about. I was imagining sedan sized, maybe only slightly smaller, just because a lot of the. So like the vehicle that you were in uh with Fred and the rest of the crew earlier was smaller overall, like kind of like a little bit beefier golf cart, but not that much bigger. Whereas this is like about the size of like what would be like a normal car. So at least sedan sized, yeah, maybe a little taller.
Gotcha. So I imagine we can at least like sort of see around it then as we're pushing. But
Yeah.
yeah, so we're just sort of pushing from the front and waiting sort of I guess actually, you know what? I'm gonna have the optic with me and like every so often I'm gonna take a second to like check the visibility because I we're gonna have to make a call at some point as to like how close we're willing to get. And like we're just gonna have to kind of guess, I think,
Mm-hmm.
at the right balance between like close enough to see clearly through the optic, but not so close that we're super noticeable.
Okay, yeah, I'll say you begin pushing, and you are kind of working with Maison, who's like occasionally pumping the brakes to make sure you guys aren't going like too fast or anything. Um, you're able to like roll up substantially closer. I'd say like I'm gonna say within you were about like maybe 100 feet off from this, and you're able to roll. I'd say you roll up to about half that distance. And you're starting to see at least like a little bit more inside of the checkpoint as you had like been passing through these checkpoints. They usually have like a series of tents, as well as like some barricades, or not some barricades, but barricades that would have funneled vehicles into these checkpoints or through these checkpoints, with like a couple of tents set up in a small kind of circular way with an interior to this kind of checkpoint system, maybe one or two towers. You get up to about 50, and you do. One of the first things you do notice is as you're kind of like looking through this optic, um, there does appear to be a figure in one of the towers.
Gotcha. By a figure, can I tell if it's like a person keeping watch or if it's just one of the uh broken bodies.
You watch it for like a couple of seconds. You watch the figure for a couple of seconds to see if it's moving or anything. And it is still at first, and then you do notice it kind of sway unnaturally. So, from what you can see, it doesn't seem to. If they are a person, they do seem
Unwell.
disoriented. Yeah.
Are they like facing out as though they were keeping watch? Whether I can tell
No.
if they're keeping watch or not. They're not. Okay.
Peculiarly, no, they are not. And as you
Gotcha.
give
Okay.
like kind of watch to this, something catches the corner of your eye near the base of one of these towers, and it's another figure. This one much more distinctly one of these turned individuals. You see it grab around because these towers are like kind of like they're not ramshackle, but they're like made out of like tent poles and stuff. You see it like grab one of the base of one of the tent poles and start clambering up kind of the side of portions of the tower in a way that you are familiar with. It like strikes you get a sense of deja vu as you watch one of these figures amble up the side of one of these towers very easily, um, almost like they would be climbing a tree, and it is familiar to you.
Interesting. Hey, am I still affected by a loss of confidence in my zoology?
I'm gonna say
Because that was a long time ago.
that was a while ago, and treatments are weird. Let me check something. When it comes to treating an injury, well, that's panic though. That's different.
Yeah, that was a panic result.
And how to treat condition. Here is what I will say. Here's what I will say. Your I will actually give that the way that kind of your mind is processing certain kinds of things like this that you're interacting and engaging and experiencing,
Mhm.
it does modify it enough, especially after that last experience you had, that I will say that you have it for the moment, but I think you will at through if you work through this experience with it, you will regain your confidence, if that makes sense.
Okay. Um, so the reason I ask is because I'm wondering, from the way that they move, based on like what I've seen, and now like considering this climbing, I'm wondering if I can start to like get a sense if of the kind of like habitat that they're used to, like is
Okay.
this like a jungle, like are they like situated for a particular kind of environment, or is it, yeah, uh, uh I'm I'm trying to sort of piece together more information about them as opposed to just like being like, oh, they're monsters. Like
You
they're clearly developing some kind of way, and I want to understand how.
you watch as one of these figures begins climbing up towards the top of this tower, and it does enter the tower um, in a way that leaves you with a familiar impression as it enters. The tower has like kind of it's not like enclosed. It is an open tower. But it doesn't enter like through where like somebody would walk up like a set of stairs or a ladder or something. It specifically enters in through like one of the like kind of portal openings on the side that would be like a window or something. So in such a way that you gain the innate impression that this is something. The way that they are behaving is how they would enter what would be a building to them.
Yeah.
And to gain access to a lot of structures, they would have to have climbed like a tall structure like that tower the same way.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, as for environment, it bleeds a little. You don't get the impression. You actually get the impression that this isn't like something that lived like in a forest or a jungle and is like arboreal. It doesn't like live in trees. It utilized something like a tree to gain access to something.
Yeah. As long as this thing is climbing up into the tower, I'm just gonna watch it for a little bit and see, like, is it attacking this other figure? Is it like joining with that other figure in some way? Are they interacting at all, or are they just sort of in the same vicinity?
Let me check something, because this will be good if we do this.
Are you excited that your scientist is finally doing scientist things?
He is doing scientist things, and you're gonna get some intel. You're gonna get some intel, baby. Yeah, you observe these two, and at first you're watching the way that they behave. And they do. From the vantage point you're at, it's
They do behave.
They do behave. They do behavior. You see them kind of almost size up one another. At first, it seems like the figure that was inside of this tower didn't immediately notice the other figure enter until there was some kind of direct interaction. They kind of look each other over and past each other, and you're noticing some very discreet body language. And that's how you would actually describe it, even terminologically. They are utilizing their bodies to communicate with each other. There's something about the way that they move with their arms, and they move with their bodies, and they move with their heads, that it's not body language, it's language through their bodies. It's direct communication.
Does it seem sophisticated like sign language, or is it more primitive like pointing and shaking fist and, you know?
When you have that thought, your impression is not quite either. It's almost like they're doing it out of necessity, but it's not like you said, it's not like primitive. It's not like banging a stick on a rock like to make noise. It's more like they seem restricted to having to communicate that way.
This corroborates my previous theory that their vocal tracts are not yet developed into the form that they're trying to use for speech.
You can.
So they're having to do this instead.
And by having to do this instead, you actually gain a little bit of kind of personal impression that it is a form of communication for them. They are capable of it alongside of whatever vocalization they would be able to. So it is an act. It
Welcome
is a
back,
primary
Jackson. I
form.
hope you're doing
Hello.
okay.
How's your body? Did you let go of the beasts?
I tried.
We're just doing alien
sorry.
science. I'm really enjoying this. I'm sorry
Yeah.
your body is dying.
It is self-inflicted. It is. I forgot how much dairy, how
Is
much
it
more
eggnog?
dairy eggnog is more than
Egg?
your next most dairy thing.
It is more dairy than egg, given the name. How much nog, though?
Hmm.
Is it 50-50?
That's what the carton says, but I don't believe them.
Uh-huh. But to do a switch, I'll put it this way. As you're watching this communication, you notice a little bit longer Colia, because also ads are about to happen. You notice ads suddenly go across your screen. After they've done this kind of like communication for a second, you see them start doing something else. Isn't violent, but you notice that they have gotten incredibly close to one another. And portions of them are starting to become intertwined. And then ads happen. Almost ads happen. What is Colia's first thought to that?
I mean, I think to the merging or intertwining. I don't. I think his thought is that. And correct me if I'm misremembering. We've already sort of gotten the impression that they are like trying to accumulate more mass somehow. That like the more mass they have to work with, it seems like the smarter they become.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's where Kolya's mind goes, is like, I think that Kolya is becoming more and more convinced that whatever it is they're doing to human bodies is like an imperfect transformation, and that they perhaps don't have, among whatever other needs, enough mass in a single human body to accomplish whatever it is that they're trying to do transformationally.
As you think that, there's another faint impression that you get that you feel half right about that, but in the opposite way. The actual impression you get is it is more than you would expect. And as you look at these two intertwining, you actually have a weird kind of like subconscious feeling that you're looking at 4 individuals, not 2.
God help us if they ever infect a whale.
Hmm.
And then ads happen, and then the
then ads happen,
and then Trash Santa appears to say, "Ho ho ho! Christmas is coming."
Is that an ad? Is that an ad for Pepto Bismol? Dang.
Geez, get that pink substance inside of me. Calm my stomach right down. I need those antacids to anti my acid. Do you know what I mean? Uh, how
I'll just be over here
educational has this
contemplating
outing
collective
been?
intelligence.
Oh,
It's
go
been
ahead.
very educational. I was just saying I'm going to be just contemplating collective intelligence while we're shooting the shit during this ad break.
Aren't you glad you touched that artifact? It makes you so unconfident in biology that you have to rethink it all. uh, what a good conditional to actually get from your first panic. Actually,
What if you are in fact a collective intelligence the entire time and you didn't know that?
well, Fred, good news. I might apply to everybody.
Oh, I should put these notes. I was like, I haven't really been keeping notes in this game, but now that I'm like digging a little more into the investigative side, I want to start keeping notes so that I can remember where I was. Which so far I feel like I've done a decent enough job remembering. But there's definitely stuff I've forgotten that I wish I had taken notes on. But it occurs to me I should take these notes in the Miro board because, like, what the fuck else am I doing if not putting? If what the fuck am I doing writing notes if they're not on the Miro board?
What the fuck are you doing writing
What's wrong
notes if you're not going to inform the company? By that I mean me.
As a total aside,
Yeah.
normally my boy talking about my cat for a second. Normally, my boy comes up and wants attention. This
I
time
saw
he was
him.
kind of rude
Oh?
because he turned around to leave, but I think he just had enough stuff in his way. They just sort of like swiped like to like knock some stuff out of his pathway, like get the shit out of my way as he walked off the table.
Ain't that just cat shit?
It's
Stuff is
like,
standing,
jeez.
not on my fucking watch.
Yeah. That's why I kind of looked at like that's why I gave the face like a moment ago, just looking over like what are you doing at my desk there, boy? Who gave you the right?
Uh-huh.
Oh god, I see what's the problem here. There we go. Now I can see that.
My boy is just a lovely little bun. I've noticed this. He likes to scream specifically in the afternoon, but he's fine in the evening. And that's it. He just wants to scream at me in the afternoon, or if if it's time for bed. Those are the only times.
That is nice, honestly. I would take that because I feel like our boy will scream late. You know,
Uh-huh.
it's like he wants us to get in bed so it can be so it can be time for the kitties to run. So he'll do like because we have a long hallway. This house is basically just a long hallway,
Uh-huh.
and
He's a big
and so
tube,
he'll it's a big tube, yeah.
not a big truck.
And he just wants to run it. He just wants to run back and forth. Yeah, probably out of boredom because, like, cats get bored.
Uh-huh.
But he wants to make sure we're in bed first, and then once we're laying horizontal, he'll be like, "Okay, it's time for the races."
Time for drag racing. Time to draft.
Yeah, yeah. He'll get the
Funny.
other two. He'll drum up the other two as well, and they'll tear down the hall together.
Cats you truly can't know what the fuck they're thinking and doing.
Hmm.
Ooh, I'm glad you're using the fun connecting lines. My favorite
Oh, I
feature of the
use them
Miro
all the
board.
time. They're very
Yeah.
important for my processes.
Uh-huh. Welcome back from ads though, everybody. Fred,
Yes.
you are here. Let me one second. You had just noticed a shift in kind of the air and the atmosphere within these tunnels. And as you go deeper, you start noticing signs of some kind of alteration to like the pipes and the corridors. At ver-
Yeah.
at at first it isn't visual, actually. But if you pass a light over some of the walls or the floor, you notice there's almost kind of a glossy feature, as if it's like covered in something. And if you kind of kneel down and reach to inspect it, there seems to be a kind of clear, semi-transparent residue accumulating on many of the surfaces of the corridors.
How does it smell? What's it smell like?
You raise it up to your face and take a sniff and go, I'm wearing a helmet.
Mhm.
um, I will say, from the like kind of density of the air, um, you do trust that you like your helmet is like scrubbing, but it does feel like there's kind of like a musk in the air, almost like kind of a little bit like almost like body odor. Definitely is not a pleasant smell, but it's like almost
Yeah,
like a
that
very
like
fleshy smell. I don't know.
fleshy.
Mhm.
I definitely get what you mean about like the mildew smell. Like you
Yeah.
sort of like if you slammed 5 showers to like kind of like everyone took a shower after gym kind of deal.
hmm And as you kind of
It
like
smells
look,
like a locker room, is what you're saying.
it's
Yeah.
starting to. Yes, it's starting to. Um, And as you like inspect it, it does appear to be transparent at first. It is some kind of like more viscous substance with a slightly off pinkish color. If you kind of look at it, like there is some coloration to it, but it's very faint. You look around at like parts of like the ceiling or the gaps between various pipes or various gaps in the walls for electrical systems. This material is also kind of dripping and pooling down the sides of the walls. And as
Wish I
you, oh, go ahead.
wish I'd brought my flamethrower. I've seen this episode of Cowboy Bebop before. I know what's up.
Oh, don't worry. Actually, you look over at Baxter, and he actually has unholstered what he has brought with him, which is a you notice a pilot light coming out of the tip of the rifle that he has. That's clearly some kind of flamethrower, and um, Joanne is shouldered the rifle, but her flamethrower is still holstered by her side.
They both have flamethrower. I look back and I'm like, I didn't get the memo, but I appreciate that you got those.
Um,
Actually, did I get the memo? I forget. Let me look at my. No,
yeah,
I got a
yeah,
shotgun.
yeah. Jensen actually prods you with like the side of this. He's now like unfurled a fairly large like machine gun that has an arm attached to his waist that makes a slight mechanical hum as he moves it around, and he just goes, "We prepared you with something for close encounters, you know." And he shoots
That
you a
that it?
smile.
Is that it, or is that your toy?
He taps the shotgun on your hip.
Okay, yeah. I was like reaching for my shotgun, like, all right, just making sure this is it. Like I did do an inspection of it, and it's pretty.
As you progress, some of these pools of whatever this substance is have actually collected a little bit thicker, and that kind of transparent nature starts to get a little bit more opaque as it kind of thickens into a pinkish, reddish hue. Um, as you go deeper, it's then that you start seeing more drastic changes along the walls. Uh, at first, it's seemingly a strand or a clump of flesh clinging independently of each other on various parts of the corridor and the ceiling until you're surrounded by an interwoven mass of thick, pulsating flesh. Semi-transparent sheets of skin line the ceiling and the walls and the floor and give the floor itself a less metallic feeling with each step, instead being replaced by the firm, dense texture of flesh stretched over hard metal girders. You're still not noticing any immediate threat. Baxter looks. You notice if you look over at him, he seems to be very tense, but there isn't anything aside from the kind of active transceiver, or the active receivers of whatever um, location the other team is giving off. Uh, However, you're noticing more activity. You notice various other things as you look around. There's signs of where the team was going, um, as well as signs of other activity of things moving through this region. Otherwise, the environment itself is quiet except for the hum of the municipal systems mixed with something that you would describe as a faint auditory heartbeat.
Did we just find all of your squad here? Just plastered. Are we in the squad right now?
God, I hope not. They put on some pounds, it looks like. Baxter, um, Baxter in kind of a trembling voice is just like, uh, I should have been watching those movies. He's
Like
kind of
this
shaking
is
his head.
this isn't a pancake. Like I know what a pancake looks like. This is just a thin sheet. This is parchment paper of skin.
Yeah, if you actually get close to like inspect it, you guys have actually been leaving like various footprints in it, and in your boots actually puncture it very easily, leaving kind of it resists your footstep, but you are like kind of tearing it up a little bit as you walk, and the floors kind of ooze a little bit of blood every step you take.
It's just when you think you've seen it all.
All the
I
more
don't like
reason
the
to get
fact
him out
that
of here, I think.
if this isn't them, yeah. I don't like the fact that your heartbeat. Should we make that stop?
You're my. I thought that was your heartbeat.
Sure ain't. I don't even know if my heart's beating right now.
Joanna just says. Joanna just says. Um, Joanna just says, "Pipe down. I don't. I hope whatever's going on here. I don't want to stay here any longer than we have to."
Sure.
As she points that out, you guys have kind of like been. You've actually like slowed your advance. You've actually before you were kind of like strolling, but now you guys are much more cautiously moving ahead. Uh, Baxter speaks up and he says, "Okay, I'm seeing them. I'm seeing them. I'm seeing two of them. It seems they might have gotten separated. Looks like one of them is off on their own, a little bit ahead. Um, but we're coming up." Uh, and they look ahead, and you guys are kind of like in a junction. I'm gonna say a kind of like splitting corridor, not unlike the others that you've seen, other than that it's been now kind of like uh, covered in the skin with these collections of physical flesh and muscle, kind of lining portions of the corners and the ceiling and the wall, uh, uh, pulsing every now and then. In the center you of this kind of junction, though, you see evidence of the previous team, and there is uh, noticeable. The first thing you notice is a case with a notable biohazard symbol on the front of it, but the case is empty, and the only other signs you see of the officers are what look like an empty magazine and an empty magazine. Um, it's the same kind of magazine that would be from the rifle that Joanna's holding. There aren't actually any casings. The rifle is caseless.
Gotcha. Case closed.
Case closed. Um, Joanna says, "I'm getting a bad feeling about this."
Yeah. Well, I can read him heartbeat, and that's part of me wants to go silence that. Feels like we're literally inside the belly of a beast right now.
What's your recommendation, Fred? What are you thinking?
I take my shotgun with it to whatever the source of that heartbeat is and see if I can fix that.
Give me a second, Baxter says, and you see him kind of twist a dial on the side of the motion tracker. And he says, I usually this thing is tuned to, like, you know, cancel out certain kinds of environmental noise, if that makes sense. This motion tracker is attuned to any kind of motion, so we tune out certain kind of residual frequencies for things like machinery and stuff like that, so that way it's not making a bunch of noise.
Sure.
They do that for a couple of seconds, and they say, "Here, um, I'm able to look over this, and I can kind of tell what parts are motion from machinery, but it seems like there's some kind of cluster of motion around this region. Could be whatever the source is of that activity. I will say, though, it is actually the opposite direction of our friends."
See. I'm torn. I don't want to bite off trouble that we don't need to bite off, but I also don't want to be walking into a trap if we're already inside the stomach of this thing. Neither of those sound appealing.
Well, either way, and um, you see Jensen, and he's done this periodically. He's taken out a chem light and he's cracked it and shaken it and dropped it on the ground. We have our way in, which is going to be our way out, marked.
Mm.
At the very least, I'd like to try to get and see the condition of our friends, make sure that they're doing all right. Seeing the condition
Yeah.
of, and he looks around, all of this, I can only hope that they're doing all right.
Hopefully.
Baxter does say, though, and you see him kind of fiddle with the nod a little bit more, "I am worried. One of them I don't know what's happened to him, but one of them is definitely near whatever's going on over that way.
Do you want to check that out first? Maybe we can take care of problems before we go meet our friends.
I say we take a look. If it looks too bad, double back.
Sure.
Either way, it sounds like one of them might be over there. Okay. You head off in the direction of this mass, and as you do, uh, you've seen the corridor. So the corridors will like kind of fluctuate in like thickness depending on what kind of municipal they're responsible for. Typically, for a lot of the electrical ones, for example, they're typically much narrower. They so that way you have access that engineers can have access to all the different kind of electrical work easily. Whereas others like the water passageways, they're a little bit wider and a little bit more kind of arch uh, to give a little bit more space to allow for a water channel. A lot of the and there are sections that are kind of opened up to be able to channel air easily in and out for a lot of the like air transfer, as well as to be able to circulate the air throughout the station, so it doesn't completely stagnate, kind of giving a little bit more freshness to everything. Uh, you actually find yourself kind of heading in one of the directions of these much more opened ventilation main ventilation accesses, uh, and it kind of opens up. There's a cavity opening up and down through the station to kind of like have to channel air up through and throughout the station. And as you enter this kind of section, the kind of like skin texture, there's a notable like bulging and thickness to a lot of the kind of like flesh around here. Um, you like kind of look around, and as Baxter is kind of panning around, he's like looking up and through, and on his motion tracker, this kind of like signature that you guys were drawn to is localized around this area. And it does seem that as you approached it, the sound of like a beating heart started growing louder. And as you're in this passage, you do hear a really like hearty thud kind of echoing through this like vertical chamber. You look around and you don't notice anything moving except for the pulsating of the kind of flesh along the walls. What's your first impression? What's the first thing that Brett is thinking right now?
Too many things are alive and moving.
Okay. You kind of channel you kind of uh draw sight across these pulsating walls, and I will say your attention is kind of brought to a particularly robust mass that's a little bit above you. That does in syncope thump to the sound of this heartbeat that you've been hearing through the corridors. It is distended. It is distended. and seems to consist of something. There are features, but they seem to be mixed around.
What do we want to do about this gas? I feel
Well,
like I feel like if this is where water is, I don't think I want this living nearby our water supply.
do you have some kind of scientific process you have in mind? I would be
Uh,
inclined to agree with you, but I unfortunately did not bring my Kodak camera to be able to take pictures.
Kill the heart, see who else dies.
Certainly
It's
don't. I certainly. Joanna says, sounds like a safe assumption to me, but I don't know if they'd be all, if anything around here would be all too happy that we did that.
true, but we gotta do it at some point.
Wait, wait, this isn't right.
And what's up?
Baxter's looking at the motion tracker, and he's like shaking it. That, he's down there! And he points
Wait,
down
what?
the shaft.
What'd you see down there?
He's down there! Baxter, would you
Like
tighten
what?
it up? No, I'm not, I'm reading it right. He's down there.
Like one of our friends?
He's 20 feet down there.
I got rope. I got paracord. Perfect time.
You see, you see Jensen, and he goes, wait. And he takes a chem light and he cracks it. And he motions to peer over the vertical shaft. Are you going to?
Yeah, I'll look over.
He cracks this chem light and he tosses it into this vertical shaft, and it falls down. And as you see this green light kind of fall, the first thing that you see is that this flesh is kind of like lining the sides of the walls. But as it falls, you notice it not pulsing. You notice it kind of moving, almost like clockwise,
Mm.
in response to the light falling down. And as it falls down, it passes something and like glints past it. And uh, whatever the light had glinted off of, you see the faint silhouette of something looking up towards you. And then you have the feeling of multiple things looking up at you.
Jeez.
And Jensen kind of pats, like, does this motion to pat you on the chest and just says, I think we need to go check on our friends first real fast. And he sounds
Yeah, let's do
disquieted.
that. Yeah, let's do that.
And Baxter is starting to back away. You guys backtrack through the tunnels to where you came and go back the other direction to where the other two signatures are. And you find yourself at a more centralized station. You had passed through a couple of these substations, but this one seems to be one of the primary interior atmosphere and water treatment stations, primarily for air processing and conditioning. The door to it, there weren't any like blocked doors on the way whenever you passed by any of these substations, or if you ever had to pass through one. This one has been blocked from the inside
Gotcha.
when you try the door.
Uh, I can try to break the lock on this if you guys need me to. It might take a few minutes though.
Um, they say, Jensen says, "All right," and he's like poised up, watching behind you, at ready.
Yeah.
How are you
Well,
going about trying to bust down the door?
if it's just locked, well, I guess it's well, is it blocked from the other side or like what? Is it locked or is it locked or is it blocked?
It's blocked.
Gotcha. Okay.
To which
No, actually,
Joanna kind of squares up next to you and is like, "Do you need a hand?"
yeah, actually, I do. I was I realized it's trickier than I thought it was. Um, Here, I got some rope. Maybe we can kind of finagle some stuff and tug on it and see what if I can get this thing open a little bit. If I can start to get a hand in there, I might be able to unblock it a little bit.
All right, all right. Actually, hold on. Let me see who has the crowbar. Somebody has a crowbar in this fucking team, and I think it's fucking Quincy. No, she says, "Here. I think I can help pry." And you see her take out her shovel, and she wedges the shovel in the door, and she starts prying on it. Um, go ahead, go ahead and give me a go ahead and give me a strength check, with
Yeah.
advantage.
Yeah.
Um, and any applicable skills if you have them.
Uh, let's see. Industrial equipment, maybe.
You did say so. What was your plan here? Because I will give it to you if you can convince me how you're using the rope.
That was step B. That was gonna be some sort of leverage or something like that, where as the door starts to open and try to pull things out of the way or create some sort of pulley system or something like that to like maybe just pull the door off or something like that.
Okay, so like pull it towards you. I'm gonna yeah,
Yeah.
you can do that. I'll say that that's possible. It does. I'll put it. I'll say this for convenience is yes, it was blocked from the inside. Like something seems to have barred it from the inside, but you are. It does swing. It swings open. It can swing open towards you. So uh, go ahead and give me a strength tech check with advantage.
Cool. Uh, let's see. Oh wait, do it. Oh, I'm so close. My best roll was a 56, and strength check with industrial gives me 53. So I needed to roll under 53, and the best I rolled was a 56.
You take one stress, and this might be the most perfect roll you actually could have given me. You you kind of your combined effort with Joanne kind of pulling on this door, you're able to wrench it open. She kind of wedges the shovel in the side of it and is like heaving really hard. You guys are kind of actually starting to make really strained effort sounds. And you give like a big pull, and there's slowly the sound of like something cracking, and as it's cracking, you hear it slowly crack apart until the door uh, suddenly gives way, and there's this sharp cracking sound as a board that had been used to lodge the door shut shatters, and the door swings open, rattling against the side of the wall, leaving out this loud reverberating sound through the hallway behind you, followed by sort of faint textured sound. Before you can respond, before you can process that, the next thing you see is you hear the sound of a rifle being pulled up straight up to your face.
Humans, we're humans.
God. God. In front of you is a cutscene. In front of you is a man. Sean. um, I'm thinking. I'm like, I think this is almost a good time for a change. How? Yes. Um.
How dare you use my name in this way?
Uh-huh. Yeah. The thing that you're left with is a did I remember what I wrote those as? Yeah, you see a man with his helmet off, a Milsec man pointing a rifle in your face. Tolia. Uh oh, what's that?
I'm step away for a little bit again.
Best of luck,
Perfect
Cooper
timing.
Butt.
Save your butt. This was the real April Fools. Jackson is only here for half of this game today.
Savannah played a prank on Jackson.
Uh-huh. She knew. This is how she got us. Colia, um, you're watching these two entities starting to intermingle.
Yeah.
Where is your attention focused right now? I would say.
Um, I mean, on the two of them and their intermingling, unless that seems like it's moving really slowly.
I will say that that is something particularly apt, actually, that you notice. The whatever it is that they are dueling, whatever they are doing is slow going. Like it seems to be an incredibly slow going process. Uh,
Okay.
they aren't. They seem preoccupied almost with what they are doing. Shortly
Is
after.
there?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you had a question. I want to answer your question first.
I was just gonna ask if there was any other movement in the checkpoint.
As soon as you hear that, you hear kind of something be knocked over inside the camp. Um and you like shoot to view in the direction of it. But it is still out of sight. Be able to get in clear line of sight.
Okay. Um. I don't want to ask. Well, if the only two visible ones are preoccupied with their lovemaking, then about how much closer would I need to get to be able to like see around that corner more
I'd say
and like see
another
further into the encampment?
halving, so at least another like 25 feet.
Okay. I'll sort of bring Quincy along to the driver's side window and say to the two of them, it seems like there is two up in the watchtower, but they are preoccupied currently. I may be able to get some more information if we can get a closer look. I don't think there are any that would be able to see us from here.
Maison is looking. You can see beads of sweat kind of forming on the inside of his visor, and he just says, "All right, if we can make it quick, I start to get nervous."
Agreed. We'll be quick.
Okay, yeah, you guys are able to kind of push in another 25-ish feet. And what you see, what you see, what your first impression is you see another one of these individuals, and they seem to be dragging something. Um, go ahead and give me a biology check with the condition still.
Okay. That is your favorite number. And also a failure.
Okay. Nice. That took me a second. Uh okay. I know what happens. But I will say, so take one stress. You start rolling and are kind of like watching this other figure, and you notice that they're dragging something, and it takes you a second. But you notice that they're dragging like it clearly is like another corpse, but this one does seem to be inert. They're dragging it, and you're doing this while pushing the car. That'll become an important detail, but you're doing this while pushing the car. You actually haven't stopped rolling the car while you're doing this, and you're watching them drag this body over towards like a section where it seems like there's a couple of these other bodies. So they look different. They look different even compared to the individuals. You see it kind of like maneuver it around on the ground in a very what seems to be like a specific spot that it was placing it. And then you see it very gently reach down and bend over, and you see it notably kind of like sink its teeth into the shoulder of this body and then kind of like reposition it a little bit. And then it kind of make a very specific body pose. One that you can't decipher, but can recognize. And then you realize you're not holding the car anymore. And the car is about a foot away from your hands. And looking back at you, panicked, uh, uh, you've pushed the car almost 5 feet into this checkpoint. And then the figure breaks its pose slowly and bends unnaturally around and looks in the direction of the car a second before it stops.
I'm just gonna freeze, like with my hands up, and like just sort of be eyeing Kolya. No, I'm Kolya. Eyeing Quincy and the thing.
Quincy is darting glances back and forth from you through their visor, and you see through the window shield at Maison, and he's like giving this motion, like, get inside, get inside, get inside.
Is the creature moving?
It's bent back around and is slowly kind of retorting its body into the direction of the car. It hasn't started moving towards it, but it definitely has its attention on the car.
I will start like slowly, gradually, no sudden movements, making my way toward the car door.
Quincy kind of breaks off around the other side as well. And as you notice, you don't know when they did this, but they're actually gripping the crowbar, or gripping a crowbar that they had on them in one of their hands. You
I'm gonna
start.
try if the. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you.
I was just gonna say, if I make it to the door before anything changes with the situation, I'm gonna try to like open it as quietly as I can, and then just hold it open so that I don't have to make the loud noise of shutting the door until we've driven away.
Okay. Yeah, you guys are kind of like painstakingly creeping around this car, and Quincy is making their way around to the back seat. And it does start taking steps towards the car. I will say you're going to be able to get inside the car, but if nothing is outright done, it will be within like close range, close distance of the car, and will be upon the car if nothing else is done.
Um, I'm gonna try this. This is. I need to figure out a better tool to do this with. Because I've gone for this ploy a couple of times, and it's just not a good way to do it.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna crack a chem light and try to throw it in a different direction, but like there's like sort of metal there's like tent poles, but is there like metal sheeting or anything anywhere?
I will say yes, and I like the idea that you have, because it's not that you want to like throw it. You want it almost thrown out of sight where it can't see it, but it can make a sound, correct?
Yeah.
So that way it doesn't know where it necessarily came from. Yes, I'll say that you can I'll say like being closer to one of these checkpoints, it's like it's a lot of these kind of like setup, kind of like tarp looking cellophane tents that are very plasticky, but kind of around there are like some barrels. There are some barrels of what seem to be various supplies, liquid, water. And you could there's definitely one that's like within line of sight of you that you can like throw it at one of those. Uh, that would make like a noise directed away from you.
Okay. Um. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do that then.
Um, I'll say, given how much we talked over this, I'll give you advantage, but this would be probably strength or combat. Combat would make sense to me because you're like aiming to hit. You're trying to hit the fucking thing, so I could give you combat for that.
Okay, cool. All of my years of throwing knife practice are coming in handy.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well that first one was a 72, which won't do it.
That's not gonna do it.
That's an 82, so I did a bad job, is the answer. I'll mark my stress.
Mark your stress, and okay. Uh, yeah, you throw. I'll say you throw the chem light, and it whiffs. How many do you have? You have 5.
I have 3 left after that one.
I will give you I will give you that you like miss that first one, and if you do want to succeed, you'll just have to use all of them. Just shotgun it at it after you see the first one just whiff. But it is now the creature itself is.
I think that's worth it because I
5 feet.
I haven't really ended up needing these that much. I'm gonna go ahead and just chuck them all.
Yeah. So you see that first one whiff, and you see it ineffectual, and you see the creature start coming even closer. Now it's within almost 10 feet of the car, and you just huck all of them at it. You don't even like crack them or anything. You're just trying to make a noise. And you throw them all, and one of them does successfully hit, and it makes a pinging noise, which upon observation, if you can see out of like the corner of like the door or something, you see the head of this figure jerk up over in that direction and then start going more hurriedly in the direction of that sound, um, allowing you to get inside of the car.
Squeeze my way into the car, still holding the door open, and just go, 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 go.
And Quincy does the same. And as you say that, you kind of peek over Quincy's shoulder, because I imagine like you're in the front seat and they usually were sitting in the opposite back seat behind Maison. You see over their shoulder and another set of eyes looking up straight through the car, and you hear Maison turn on the engine and start rolling out, as another one of these bodies stands up and kind of staggers out towards the car. But I'll say Maison is able to get it up and going quick enough that you guys are able to jolt away and start driving off back on your route. There's a bit of
we get
like
clear of them all, slam the door maybe a little too hard, just from like the nerves.
When you do that, Quincy less forcefully does just like kind of close the door a normal amount, and there is a little bit of silence let the tension kind of die off. After a little bit, Maison does break the silence, and says, "Well, hope that was educational."
Yes, if anything, I wish we could have gotten more time. Oh, we're grasping in the dark here. There's so
Thinking
much we don't know yet.
thinking back on the last thing you saw, something peculiar to you that stood out is that um, there was something about a process that they were doing. Whatever you saw them do to that body, there was some kind of process it was doing. You can't say for what end necessarily, but it seemed they were doing something specific.
Yeah, I actually already put a note on the Miro board for that exact thing. It's the one furthest to the right.
Gotcha. I like your spider web of notes.
Thank you.
um, Maison says, well, what do you think?
They're clearly intelligent. Possibly social. They are. I cannot tell at this point if they are organized or if they're some sort of collective intelligence, but there is some kind of cooperation going on. And there. This might sound crazy, but it almost seems like a plan or like they're preparing for something. I wish we could have had more time.
That's certainly unnerving. I do wish I would have some kind of alternative information for you. All I can reassure you is that whatever behavior they're doing seems directly tied to having a human host of some kind. I just have a hunch. I don't know what it is, because as far as we knew, it was just some kind of mutagenetic alteration. It seemed to reactivate, revitalize dead tissue. Beyond that, it was benign in the condition that we were able to alter it in. That's one of the things that was particularly fascinating, actually, about disease. It was not difficult to alter the way that it worked. It felt almost easy. And once we saw how dangerous it was in the form that it wasn't difficult for us to modify it away from that form in the condition that we have it in now.
It wasn't difficult to modify.
It wasn't difficult.
As, as though it's transformative in nature, it is somehow fundamentally adaptive in a way that it is genetically flexible.
In a certain sense, yes. It also seems that whatever it is about the contagion, it has some operant modifications. It something in and of itself is very malleable. We were able to condition it and be able to alter it in a way that would be receptive and safe for you, almost inherently. Something about it is in and of itself very biologically engineered. I'm not.
And with that, An ad starts.
And with that, an ad for Penicillin 3, the threequel.
Ooh.
Penicillin 3. It no longer
You don't
makes
want
you
the
go
grody, outdated penicillin. You want
It
the
no
hot
longer
new
makes
stuff.
you go blind. Allergy effects are down 5%, though the effects of said allergies are up 50%. Uh, boy.
Could you say the last thing that Maison said again for me?
The last thing that Maison said is he noted that there was a particular. I'll actually expound on it. A lot of my research with Rosebud is the utilization of bioengineering and biotechnology. A lot of what we learned over time to be able to modify various kinds of things. I'm sure I did a lot of research with pathogens in that way to try to make them safe or even useful through direct bioengineering. Upon coming upon Xenox Rid Alive was almost like a gift from God itself. It was ideal in some ways. It's the most. It was utilizing it was inherently easy to work with and modify and alter.
I think the thing that I latched on to. I don't know. Food for thought.
He does. Oh, he does glower and goes, "I wish these ads would end. I don't know why Rosebud makes such terrible ads. We make the worst ads. Honestly, I don't like them either. They suck. I tried to
How do
talk
you
to the
think
PR
Fred's
team.
doing? I hope he's not exploding out of every hole of his body.
I'm sure he's doing fine. He certainly had the bloodlust, didn't he?
He maybe ate that diamond sushi a little fast, though. I was worried.
That's fair.
Seemed like he didn't chew.
I didn't want to say it. Wasn't very good.
You know, it's about the experience. It's less about the taste and more about the knowing that we've done it. You know.
Just I hope real sushi doesn't taste like that. Ugh.
No, as far as I understand it, diamond sushi is like not really similar to real sushi at all.
Oh, thank God.
It's basically a whole different thing at this point.
You know,
You know how it goes. Something starts as imitation, but then you have a chance to develop it over the course of years, and it sort of evolves into its own separate art form.
and unfortunately, with the loss of a lot of the biostructure of Earth, there are not quite as many fish options. Whatever, imitation crab seems to be doing fine. We don't know why those are thriving, actually. Maybe it's because of the loss of the biome. I wished I knew what real
You know what
crab
they
tastes like,
say,
though.
eventually everything does evolve into a crab.
Well, we've eaten most of those. There aren't very many left. The ones that left aren't really edible. A grim future where imitation crab is the only crab that's left. Truly. I know at some point I'd be able to make a dumb, terrible bit about the condition of the world. Well, welcome back from ads, everyone. In the future, the only crab left is fake crab. Maison continues, though, and he does say a little bit more. He says more, reservedly. I will say in retrospect, though, I'm concerned with how easy it was to work with the material. I have only a hypothesis, a hypothetical, but I'm concerned that whoever or whatever implanted the artifacts, maybe they were hoping someone like us would find it. And he kind of bites his cheek.
Like it was left dormant until a compatible species came across it?
Possibly. The condition the artifact was recovered in, I don't have the detail. I'll be honest. I was brought here to continue research, but I'm only partially aware of how the artifact was found.
Do you know which moon it came from?
It did come from Titan.
Quincy, how long have we had operations of any kind on Titan?
They pause for a second, and they say, well, I couldn't say for certain. It would have to at least be as long as the station itself has been around. The station was premierly designed to operate all of the three primary moons of Saturn. Titan Station, foremost, is actually responsible for a lot of the material that is collected from the mining facilities and colonies located on Titan itself. The said facilities were only established shortly after Tennyson was able to finish construction.
And how old is the station?
The station is... Hold on. Deus
Making you
Ex...
flesh out some real irrelevant setting details.
Hell yes you are, and hell yes I was prepared for it. Deus
Welcome
Ex
back.
Machina note.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Let me see if we can find
I'm
this.
learning
Fuck
about
yes, I
history.
found it.
History.
No, I swore I saved a version of this that I finished already.
You're learning about history tomorrow.
Maybe. Hold on, let me make sure. Okay, good. You see, you actually see Quincy go, hold on a moment. I actually grabbed one of these while we were inside of the inside of the docking port. Seemed to be all littered around. We take a moment to look at one. Hot damn. Hot diggity dang dog dig dog dug. Welcome back, Jackson.
Thank you.
Please ignore any
Welcome
typos.
to
I did not have a
station.
chance to proofread it in
You're
this. Usually it'll tell me what they are. So go ahead, Sean, if you want to read it over.
Welcome to Tennyson Station, the flagship station of not just Saturn, but the two macro space station, second macro space station to have ever been constructed in humanity's outreach into the cosmos. For 60 years, this station has been held as a pinnacle of technical and economic pride in the solar system, pulling in a whopping 30% of the material mined from 3 of Saturn's moons. Tennyson has been a beehive, buzzing with hardworking, dedicated worker since its initiation in 2060, comprised of around 500 unique, diverse families. Tennyson is proud of its journey for 2 of Saturn's cycles. And Tennyson will continue its journey so long as every hardworking man, woman, and other continue to do their part. 80 years ago, humanity began to witness its first true resource shortage. The companies began to feel the pressure of the need to make space expansion viable. It is then that the construction of Tennyson began by Tennyson and Son Manufacturing, a manufacturing firm that had for a decade before operated on designing and advancing spacefront colonization in the form of satellites, planetary habitats, and some of the first terraforming plants employed in the solar system. A two-decade venture on its own, Tennyson Station premiered with its shining company records, followed major advancements in multiple fields, astrogation and interstellar resource refinement, so allow us to celebrate this victory for humanity on behalf of Tennyson, making its second entire Saturn years around Sol, an extensive 30 years by comparison. Hopefully, the next year will be even better than the last. They say the third year is the most exciting year of anything. So, 60 years this station has been complete, so generously, at least 50 years we've been working on Titan.
Maison says
These artifacts could not have been. There could not have been surface level ruins of any kind that we would have found them before now. So this has to have been something that was dug up.
yes. A mining crew
That
on
makes
Titan. Oh, go ahead.
that makes both of these both instances of discovering these kinds of artifacts are underground. It's possible that this is an underground society that might actually track with some of the movement patterns I've seen. If they're used to climbing around underground tunnels and climbing into holes under, they're subterranean. Okay. Well, then never mind. This has confirmed one theory, but refuted a different.
Either way,
Bit, but
to at least
but
reinforce.
the relevant thought that I had is incorrect. So
Either way, to at least reinforce any assumptions you have, or at least any concerns, or sounds like any correlations that you might be forming, I can at least reassure that yes, it's not like this had been some kind of secret project Rosebud had been operating on for the last 5 decades. No, this is something that was found fairly recently by a mining crew on Titan. But earlier this year, around April. The report was ghastly. That's all that I know about it. They were able to recover a specimen from this group of miners, and that is how we became in possession with the artifact to begin.
well, this is good. A good line of thought to have had. It does help me flesh out some of the things I was trying to piece together about how these things operate. It also confirms for me that whatever it is that they are, that our bodies are being turned into is, if it is not a direct facsimile of whatever these aliens were, it is at least based on the way that they live, because I believe that it is trying to turn our bodies into ones compatible with the kinds of homes that these ancient aliens would have created for themselves.
And as you're saying that, you kind of have just a tingle almost. And you almost feel like just a moment of lightheadedness, and you're faced with winding cyclopean tunnels. And then you blink and you're looking at Maison again. And Maison goes, he was glancing, he takes a glance at you and he goes, "Are you okay? You're Your nose is bleeding.
Yes. Of course it is. This makes perfect sense to me. Do not question.
Just one of your real life nosebleeds. Is that what happens when you get one of your nosebleeds, Sean?
I'm just having visions of ancient futures. Okay, this is good information. I am quite confident of this. It does not answer the thing that I was hoping to answer, though it does actually prove the thought that I had was incorrect. So, this is all good information. If we can find another opportunity to do further observing, I think it would be worth doing. We need. It's staggering how little we know still, and I don't think we can take much further action until we have gathered a little bit more information about what exactly the nature of these creatures is and what it is that they are trying to accomplish.
Hate to admit the limitations of science. Never goes fast, and you can only work with what you know.
This is true. This is true.
Jackson, or Fred, standing in front
Yes.
of you is a panicked MilSec officer. He's kind of his helmet is removed, and his face is kind of like scuffed up and kind of wet with like, or is kind of grimy and wet with sweat. And he's like kind of clenching his teeth at you, and he hasn't put his gun down, but he has kind of at least like noticeably relaxed his shoulders a little bit, and he just goes, "Thank God. Who are you? What took you? Who? Where are you from? What are you doing here?"
A lot of questions all at once. We're here to investigate missing people. Make sure they're okay. Are you missing? Are you okay?
Jensen does shoulder past you a little bit and just says, "Hey, calm down, calm down." Okay, take it easy, Vixen. What happened? Where's? Hold on. I wrote down the name somewhere. Actually, if I was smart, I would have written his name there, and I didn't. Shit. 1 second. I gotta read. Calm down, Vixen. What happened? Where's Wachowski? Where's Ramiro? Where's Ramiro? Everyone okay? And you see him. You see him drop his rifle quickly to his side, but is still kind of like fingering the trigger, and he just says, "Well, seeing that you're here, you can tell that this area is something's happening in this area. Good news is, got it done. We got what we came here to do. We got it done. Not without a fight." And you see him drop the gun to his side, and you notice that he's kind of leaning on one leg a little bit more than the other. And if you follow down the side of his body to his leg, you notice that he has it heavily bandaged at his ankle, and he's looks like he's doing everything in his power not to put pressure on it.
Needs to carry out.
Me? Maybe not, but you'll have to carry one of us. Mira's not doing good. She looks bad. And you hear a groan from deeper inside of the room. And you hear somebody just deliriously say, "Vixen, that you? Did you find friends?" We're not doing hot, Sarge. And so Jensen says, "I can tell." Baxter, see what you can do. See what you can do to help him out. He goes, "Okay." A moment later, you hear something down the hall behind you. And Joanna, who was at the door, kind of holds her rifle up against her hip and just says, uh, "Guys, I don't think we want to stay here much longer." Uh, Fred. Fred, what is the first thing? What is your immediate thought or response?
Uh, just trying to figure out how to get people. Well, whether she's been infected.
I mean, you're no doctor, and you look at their injuries. The some the man who was standing before you, who has a noticeable limp, um, uh, clearly had something happen to one of his ankles, and it doesn't look good. It looks very, very bad. Uh, the other one, however, she is kind of sitting on the ground. She's like sit up against a wall, and has been heavily bandaged across the head, and a tourniquet has actually been affixed to one of her legs, with some soaked bandages wrapped around her thigh. She looks up at you though and just says, "Don't worry, you can move me. I trust you to." And she shoots you like a really kind of weak smile.
Whoever's got muscles in their body, let's put them to use.
All right, you hear Jensen say. Baxter. I'll say Baxter kind of uh bends down to help the other sergeant. You know, she has a sergeant insignia on her outfit as well, and he kind of like hoists her up to try to like carry her. Um, uh, Meanwhile, I'll say uh, Joanna actually like hooks an arm. Well, actually, Joanna motions to hook an arm under the other officer who uh, you assume is Vixen, um, to help him just in case, since he can walk but not easily. Uh, do you do anything, or do you offer to help instead?
Yeah, I'll provide some extra hands.
Okay.
Or yeah,
Yeah. No. If
and
if you do that, Joanne will actually say, I don't think he needs." Or he actually says, I don't need that much more help. Just one of you will do." And Joanne will actually say, "Okay, yeah. If you have him, Fred," and she grips the rifle. Um, and there's another sound coming from the tunnel, from the hallway. Uh,
yeah, Joanne, I think I left you the harder job actually.
well, you
If I'm trying to help this out,
you kind of grab onto your shotgun, and You do notice actually by its weight, and this is actually a property of anything that's about medium sized. It's not unwieldy. You can use it one handed. Like if you're helping him, you can still use your shotgun just fine.
Okay.
And she goes, I don't know. You're kind of doing me a service. I would have had a harder time carrying him trying to use any of this stuff.
Fair, I guess.
As you kind of like collect at the door, the Vixen does sputter, and he just says, "Just gotta watch out for Wachowski. He didn't. He didn't make it." And Jensen gives a pretty grim look on his face, and there's a crackle over his radio, which he has like open that you can hear, and you hear him pick up, and it goes, you hear somebody on the other side, you hear what sounds like gunfire for a moment, and you hear somebody on the other side say, Sarge, Sarge, and you hear him pick up, and he goes, yeah, what's up? And you hear the other side say, we took a team out. HQ wanted to take a team out to look at the whereabouts. What happened to Team 2? I don't know. We went to their last known location. We couldn't find the car, but we found them, and we found more. There's some more gunfire coming over the radio, and you hear Jensen say, "What's happening? Are you okay?" And he goes, "It's something has him riled. Something got him riled up here. Dozens, maybe even 100. They're spreading out, and we might be able to get away, but they're gonna start heading towards they're gonna start heading towards the wall, towards the garrison. We need you back here quick." And down the hall, you hear a sound, Fred, that makes everyone stop.
Shit their pants, yeah.
Uh-huh. Make you wear your brown pants.
So I'm doing right now.
And you hear this almost vocalization. It's not long. It's just almost like a barking shout. Jensen quietly says, "I think we got to get a move on."
Yeah. Take any. I look over to the one guy who's limping. I say, "You able to limp yourself out, or you need another hand?"
No, or if you're helping him, he just says, If you start moving, I'll keep up. Don't worry.
Cool.
I don't want to stay here." Okay. You guys start moving out, and you start walking hurriedly down the hallway leading to that air processing station, that central air processing station that you guys were located at. And you make it to that junction. And when you do, when you do, you see something unsettling. the way that you guys had come, there is seemingly a sheet of skin that had grown over the direction you guys had come from. And you hear Baxter go, "No, no, 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 no." Go ahead. First off, go ahead and give me a fear save.
Yeah. We got ourselves 20.
Nice. Oh my god. Okay, you feel the beads of sweat dripping down your face. You're confronted with this and you go, you're not completely impeded. You just got to find either a way through or a way around.
Yeah.
But
So
as you
the flesh they're saying like the flesh like covered up this exit, or
Yes, the way that you guys came from.
do I have a machete on me or something?
Um
Let's see.
Joanna has her shovel. That might be the best cutting device. I
Yeah.
can be convenient. Um, you could guess that somebody has a knife on them. You can guess that it.
Uh, let's see. Honestly, I like the spear tip uh of my own paracord. Or because I've got harpoon, the rigging gun.
Okay.
Um, so I'm literally just gonna be like, hold tight, just a sec, here, and then yeah, I'm just gonna take out the harpoon gun and just start trying to cut a vertical slice.
Okay. Yeah. And Joanne kind of uh sets up alongside you, along with Jensen and Baxter, who's holding uh Ramiro, who is weakly holding a handgun herself, uh, and Vixen as well, kind of like leaning up against a wall. Uh, in one of Baxter's hand, he goes, "Shit, shit,
Uh,
shit,
Joanne,
shit, shit."
Joanne, if you can cut horizontal, we can make a little T.
I'm on
Skin
it.
should fly.
And you see her pull out her shovel and start working from the opposite side. Um, uh, and Jensen says, "Baxter, talk to me." And he goes, "Man, this isn't looking good. There's one, no, four, no, 8, 10. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here now, guys."
I
Go
put
ahead.
the
What's up?
yeah. I put my rigging gun away, and I say I'm just gonna tackle it, and and
Okay.
I full body toss myself to see if I can tear through.
All right. I'll say with advantage, and it sounds like because you set it up with like that industrial equipment and whatever, it would be a strength check.
Cool. Let's see. Do I get to use industrial equipment in the strength check?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, that's a 70. There's no advantage. That's just 70.
Oh no, there was advantage.
Oh, there is advantage.
Because you prepped it with because you did a lot to prep it.
That's an 80.
Oh no. All right.
70's my best roll.
I know exactly what happened.
We've been rolling like doo-doo today.
You had
Really
one
have
good
been.
roll earlier.
I did the fear save.
You run. You kind of wind up and run to tackle into this kind of mass of flesh, and you hear a gross kind of ripping noise, but then some resistance, and you're kind of like recoiled back a bit. And you take 1 point of stress.
Yeah, I wrote down the point of stress.
And Baxter says, "This doesn't look right either." He looks down the halls and he's like, "Should be able to see them. There at least 5 on each side."
They might have camouflage. More body weight. Someone with me.
As soon as you say that, from I'm gonna say from a wall not far from you, an arm extends out and lunges at you. Oh no. It lunges at you and grabs you around the neck securely. And you are immediately being strangled. And a face rears out of the wall. And you hear Jensen scream. You hear Jensen scream, "Son of a bitch!" What is your immediate action, Jackson?
So shockingly, even to me, pure relaxation, and the reason is like I feel the air being squeezed out of my body. I feel myself not being able to breathe. But I just sort of have this like Zen epiphany moment of I've been here before. And I know exactly what I'm doing. And I take the shotgun out and I line it up just right under my chin, like, not exactly under my chin, because I don't want to kill myself. But just
to blow your own head off, please.
Yeah, but just slightly out, lined up with the hand that's gripped around me, and I take the shot.
Okay, go ahead and give me a combat with advantage.
Yeah. Those are rolls I can work with. That combat with advantage is a 29. Rolling under a 34.
Okay.
Rolling under a 39. 39. I was looking at the wrong character sheet for a second.
Mm-hmm. Roll me 4d10 damage.
Yeah. That is 15 damage.
Okay. All right. Got this one. Oh boy. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna say you're able to kind of like thrust the shotgun up, and you hit that hard. You hit it really, really hard. And it you feel the grip immediately remove from your neck, and you see this body fall to the floor in between you. And Jensen starts trying to take a shot at it, as well as other people do. Boy, this is gonna be a lot of people, huh? This is gonna be a lot of people, huh? I gotta think of the best way to handle this, and the answer is straight ahead, I think. Nope. Don't worry, everybody else is also rolling like ass. Wow. This is bad. Okay, come on, Joanna. Okay. Somebody finally hit the guy. Eh. Okay. I can do math real fast. All right. You see people start unloading at this guy, and surprisingly, Joanna's the only one who's able to hit the creature, and it kind of like staggers back, being peppered with all of this fire, and you see a second pair of hands reaching out from around one of the corners. Start of the round. What's your next action?
Am I still being gripped?
No, you're free.
Am I still being gripped? Is the thing that gripped me still actively moving around trying to get up to no good?
It's staggered back a few feet.
In this moment, like in this final moment before I make my decision, is the thing around the corner seemingly much more aggressive than the thing in front of me? Because I'm trying to decide if I double tap right now or if I just go around the corner and go blasting.
The one coming around the corner, the one in front of you is starting to look very messed up. The one that's coming around the corner, though, seems to be a fresh new one coming to join the fray.
You know what? I still don't like this one right in front of me. I literally kick the one in front of me. Like, if it's not fully standing, I try to plant my boot down on it and just make it stop moving.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, plant my boot down on it and take a shot.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and roll combat. This one without advantage.
There's no industrial equipment, no computers, no zero-G, no piloting. This is just raw combat. And as a 49, I needed a 39.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you are able to. You take one stress. You're able to like kind of because it's actually full. It was able to get back up to its feet a little bit, and it was like kind of peppered and staggered back. You were able to kind of like plant a foot onto the chest of it and knock it back a little bit. But you take a shot and it shoots off wildly.
Something to note right now. Something to plant a seed for you. Missing in combat is very, very punishing because in this like scenario we don't do damage, and we deplete ammo, and we take a stress.
I will say There, if I didn't make that, you did knock it. You were able to like to force it farther back, so it's not like within immediate
Okay.
attacking range. You didn't get nothing out of that. I promise you.
Okay.
You did get something out of that. I'll make that more clear. But you kind of knock it back, and doing so actually puts it in a better position, and you see Jensen just lay into uh the creature. Gimme. Quick. Yes. And what you hear is deafening, by the way. It sounds like a buzz saw cutting through the air next to your inside of your head.
Mm.
Oh my god. That's a lot of damage. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, you see him shred this first one apart. And then you see another one of these bodies continue to kind of pull themselves out from some of these fleshier masses, which you you can kind of like guess that they didn't move there. They were waiting for you there a little bit ahead.
Yeah.
And it pulls itself up as Jensen wheels around to look at it and just says, "Hurry!" I'll go ahead and do real fast, like the okay. The rest of the group, you hear Joanna and the you hear Joanna and Ramiro and Vixen start firing at this other one that pops up and are able to actually tear into it quite a bit. Uh, what do you do next?
Yeah, I mean, if we've got that one handled, then is the who's really tangled up right now? Who's really having a bad time?
Everyone you have a moment, it sounds like, to be able to make another decision before something else approaches. But you can say certainly something more is coming.
Gotcha. I think we're gonna take this moment then and try to get that. Oh gosh, get that skin going again.
Okay. Yeah,
Um,
I'll say your initial kind of like, how do you do it? I'll just say, how do you do it?
think I'm going to. I'd already kind of done some preliminary slicing, and I think I'm just gonna take out. Is actually is Joanne's shovel sitting around right now? Did she have
I'll
to put it
say
down for a moment?
she was halfway, she was partially working through the like the flesh, and when you like kind of staggered, when you kind of like ran into it, she had like kind of jabbed the shovel into the skin wall, and boy, I hate that noun I just used. uh she had like jabbed it in and then had like wheeled away from the wall to start like fending off incoming attackers, and the shovel is still lodged in the wall.
Gotcha. Yeah, then I try to extract it out, take a step back, and see if I can do like a full parking motion, like with it, and just one fell swoop, uh, push all the way through in an arcing motion.
Okay. Yeah. You you do that. Like there, your tackle, along with the work that you had done, as well as the work that she had started with the shovel, you're able to just shove it through the rest of the way, and with a sickening kind of like wet motion that kind of covers you in some blood and viscera, you're able to tear through the rest of the wall to be able to collapse through on the other side. As soon as you do that, you hear another set of hands pulling itself out through the floor, not far from you guys, behind you, from the direction of that or opposite the direction you're trying to go, as well as another sound down the hallway. You hear the sound of something clanking, as metal is being kind of clattered against. And Jensen then says, "Let's go, let's go, let's go!"
Mhm. I run back over to the limping dude and see if I can get him.
Yeah, you hoist an arm under him, and you guys start getting the hellick out of there. Give me a body save.
Yeah. I think I'm not gonna meet this one actually. Yeah, that is a 44, and I needed a 33.
Yeah, you guys are actually moving, and once you take one stress, and as you are moving, uh Baxter is actually weirdly like ahead of you guys a little bit, kind of like just bolting it. uh Jensen is like leading a little bit behind. You hear some gunfire coming from him periodically, as Joanna is to your side, keeping up with you. Um, Not your foot, but actually, uh, Vixen's foot gets stuck on like almost like a patch of flesh, and you kind of like tug on him before anybody knows, and you hear him cry out as he kind of like trips, and falls to his knees for a second. Um, when that happens, Jensen kind of butts up behind you guys, and you look past him, and you see uh, another one of these individuals at the end of the hall, as well as you see at least three kind of crowding the hall, one of which is wearing Milsect armor.
Gotcha.
What's your next move?
Which means they turned. Uh, I wish I had just a straight up knife. 'Cause I feel like I'm really using my hook very poorly.
You still have. I'll say
But
you held on. I'll say just like for convenience, if you want, you're still holding on to
the
uh
shovel.
yeah, Joanne's shovel.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I'll. What part got stuck on it? Is it just like sticky, or was it like some of the shoelaces got stuck somewhere, or like what how's his shoe got stuck?
It seems like his foot got trapped underneath. Like, I'll say it got trapped weirdly under like a fold of flesh that has somehow wrapped onto his like foot and ankle in a way that isn't as easy as just slipping it out. It seems like it's almost flexed over his leg now.
Yep. All right. Dropping it down on a fold of flesh, not on his leg, but if I can, next to nearby, just drop it down on a fold of flesh.
Okay. Um. Yeah.
I sort of imagine this like almost like a tree root or a tree branch that his legs kind of stuck in, but it's all fleshy.
Yeah. Go. I would say go ahead and go for it. This would be probably a strength.
Yeah.
Combat. You're attacking the root.
I'll take strength since it doesn't matter either way.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Uh,
That's not promising.
if it were strength, I needed to roll under a 43. I got an 81.
Oh no. You put all of your force into trying to take one stress. You do put all of your force into trying to break the flesh, and you like dig in, but it clearly like resists. And it's not just as simple as like taking a shovel to a root. Like you would have to like hack or saw or something. Um and how grim do we want to get, folks? You do have a thought. You
What if
do
I just
have
went for the leg?
and uh you do have that thought, and Vixen sees you with um the shovel. Give me 1 second. Above you, you hear Jensen and Joanna lay down some fire. Okay. And you hear them lay down fire. Uh, that seems to slow them down. It seems to slow down the group behind you a little bit, but they are still approaching. Uh,
I lean into that idea, actually. I lean into the suppressive fire, and I ask whoever I can see closest by, and I say, can I get a second hand with this? I'm really trying to pry him out right now, and this ain't working.
you hear you hear you hear Jensen cry out, Baxter! And there's no response behind you. Baxter, you son of a bitch!
Very good.
Um,
Well, I mean, I'm not waiting for anyone to come over, so I'm hoping and praying somebody does show up. But during that time, I recognize that the just brute force isn't quite getting it. So I'm gonna go at an angle and see if I can slide the shovel in and have it kind of slice, but also be sort of like a jack in the sort of like to put like a wedge or to lift up the fold to slide the leg up. So a little bit of slice, a little bit of leverage, and then I might even beyond that, depending on where we are, if we can get it in there, push the shovel up for full leverage.
I will say, I'll give you this. It would be intellect, but you'd have advantage.
Okay.
Because you're using your brain.
Yeah, we're using physics.
Uh-huh.
Finally, not the first good roll of the night, but the second one. I got a 12.
Okay. Yeah, you're able. Yeah. Go ahead and describe how that looks. How did you where? What was the rest of the procedure?
Yeah, at first to kind of slice the leading blade in, but recognizing that this is so thick that even just a stab wasn't doing it, I let the fold really guide it in because like the weight of the fold kind of pushed it down, and from there slid it as far back as it go, and then just full on moment arm kind of leverage, and then tug that leg right out.
Yep. It slips out, though. You notice that the bandaging kind of got gnarled, and it seems like it's bleeding again. And uh, uh,
And out of that
Dixon.
gaping wound, an ad comes out.
Oh no! He winces in pain and he goes, "No, not that." Two ads we were born, and two ads we will perish. How's your Orleans? Boy, we get a lot of bots today. Wait.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you son of a bitch. I almost banned that. I got confused. I was like, what the fuck?
Really funny. You're straight up about to ban Sean.
Be careful. I do hear that Twitch might also be like, that sounds like a bot, and zap you themselves. But
Why would you ban your best friend?
How are you enjoying the Aliens experience alongside Sean's alien biology experience?
It's good. My biology ain't so good, but it's good.
There's a certain point, and probably why I can never now go back to D&D, certainly couldn't run a D&D, is, I'll actually admit, dice take too long sometimes. I'd rather be like, did it have a big effect or no?
Yeah.
Damage numbers are nice and all, but I'm willing to just be like, fuck it. Because, like, that's kind of how Powered by the Apocalypse works, right? It's more like contextual damage, almost. I don't know exactly how the numbers work, but it feels contextual, almost.
That's good. I'll just say, that's good. That means it has been run well.
Good. Because it never felt like...
run well.
Right. Like, we never rolled for damage,
Because
right?
that's the intent. That's the idea behind by the Apocalypse, is that you want to get the mechanics out of the way and like focus on the narrative.
Right.
I think that generally PBTA systems tend to leave some of the details of that a little bit open, but in terms of like damage specifically, which is actually something I really like about WildSea. WildSea's actually got a pretty good system for that. But
That's good.
In PBTA games in general, there's definitely a sense of like, ideologically, as the GM, you never want the result of a player's action to just be that a number changed. Like,
yes.
There should be a narrative effect first and foremost, and then you use a number in the background to track things, but the primary effect of a player's action should always be narrative.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
to that
really...
end,
Oh, go ahead.
To that end, it's kind of punishing, but I like World of Darkness as well. It's, you know, each point of damage is not just damage, but it is debilitating. Actually, it is quite punishing, but it does change things for sure to be injured.
Yeah,
it certainly
and
isn't
to
good.
part the veil a little bit on WildSea, like, you know how for your WildSea player characters, you all have aspects that also act as your health.
Yeah.
And if you run out of tracks on an aspect, then you lose access to it.
Yeah.
It's the same way in reverse. So, like, you know, we had that big fight against the sun avatar bird. Some of those effects, some of the things that happened over the course of that fight were from things that y'all did that removed aspects from that adversary.
Which is a really clever way to do that, because this game kind of has that, but it's actually a little... It's both a little bit more rigid, and then I want to be a little bit more numbery about it, and a little bit more vague, in that you kind of just have to be like, make the aspects different when they get fucked up.
Yeah, I appreciate about WildSea that aspect of it is...
It's elegant.
Much more explicit. Like, these are the things it can do, and when in hurting it makes it not able to do those things anymore.
That's just Monster Hunter stuff. That makes me happy. Speaking of which, let us return to our monster hunter
Let us salad.
as we were going. You're able to free his foot. That said, it seems that the fire that Jensen and Joanne were laying down were able to like slow down two of them, but the third one, the one that seems to be in Milsect armor, is actually able to get into close range and lunges at Joanna. I'm a dumbass and I used both of my 1 die instead of the 10 in 1 die. Lunges at Joanna. It clearly is changed similarly to the other ones. It's just still fully contained inside of its armor. So it definitely is hardier than the other ones, and has actually, as you can tell, has bullet holes riddling the armor now from Joanne and Jensen firing on him. But you're able to get Vixen to his feet and are starting to hobble away. Do you do anything? This one is currently like within close proximity of everyone.
I'm able to get a clear shot, or is it? Because I don't want to just open fire if I'm going to hurt somebody.
I will say it is not a safe shot, but you can get a shot at it in the sense that it's not impossible to not hit Joanne. It's not impossible to hit Joe, but it is a risk.
I don't like the idea of
I would say your chances are like 70-30. 30 to hit Joanne.
That's more than I was hoping for.
That's too high. Got it. I was like, I was trying to make it sound like most of it you wouldn't be able to hit her, but there is a chance.
I've been rolling pretty bad this session.
Here's the thing, Isaac, too. You can't just give us a number like that, because then in our minds we're like, oh, you've given us a like % chance it'll happen. That's literal in this game.
That's fair.
Like that to us reads as, okay, if I get above a 70, I will hit Joanne.
Yeah,
that's fair. That's totally fair. Accurate, valid.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna keep on moving. If like we need to, but if somebody's like stuck, then I can let my friend down and go back in, and I can maybe get melee. But if everyone's still able to move for the moment, then I think I'm gonna keep the train going.
Okay. If that is the case, oof. Jensen wheels to take a shot and fires around, but isn't able to line up a shot. And hey, Joe.
Also, I'm sorry. I need to step out again.
You monster! Now what do we do, Sean?
Honestly, it's a good question.
It is 11:40. I'll also point that out.
I was like, I'm trying to angle it that this segment won't go much longer. I'm anticipating around to 2-ish more actions. How quick?
Jackson, if you have to evacuate, like, don't put your pants on our account.
I got it.
Go do thing. We will take a moment. This might be a good moment to clear some tension whilst I I do something really quickly.
Yeah. Probably for the best that we don't like pivot back to a scene of mine though. Just because we need to wrap it up here in a minute.
Yes, agreed. Why is the one thing I didn't write down AC? What the fuck is wrong with me? What the fuck is wrong with me? Unless I put it in another location. Oh no, I did. Oh darn. Oh dang. I'll repeat this when he comes back, but actually no, I'll wait till back. This'll give me time. Who would have thought? Out of all the injuries that somebody would finally get, this would be the injury. Yeah. Actually, yeah, no. No. No, that doesn't happen. One of them was. Never mind. I thought a thing was going to happen. My brain did bad math and then went, wait, did that actually happen? And now I doubt myself. You know what? I will lean into it because this makes things interesting. This makes things interesting, in my opinion. That's not good. No way. Oh. Oh no. Jackson gonna come back. And you guys are gonna feel valid in the thing that you just said. Oh, actually, wait.
Yeah.
No. Oh, I almost had a heart attack. I forgot for this. That is not a crit. No, it's not a crit. Okay, never mind. Woo! Oh, fuck. Okay, good. It's not that bad, but it's still probably kind of bad. It's not good. The thing that happened isn't good. Whee! Oh boy, I know what's gonna happen next though. This is gonna be exciting.
Oh yeah.
What's that?
I just said, oh yeah.
Yeah. But you will be vindicated and validated and be like, oh, we told you. uh,
Well,
yep. How is it? How is it?
it's gone pretty good.
Yeah.
I haven't really been up to much because Jackson has been co-opting all my free time actually.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, well, because Jackson is it's his last week before he starts his new job, and he just made the executive decision that he's gonna stay up until 5 a.m. every night so that we can hang for the maximum amount of time. And I'm like,
Okay.
I don't understand why or how you're going to do that, but I'm down. Like, if this is it's your body.
This is
But as a
this
result,
is your use
basically
of free
all
will.
of my free time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this is the worst possible use of free will, but I will support it.
Uh-huh.
Um, but as a result, almost all of my free time has been spent on Final Fantasy 14 recently, because that's just like the thing we're doing together.
Uh-huh. And I've been there occasionally. I think I made it to the first actual major story point, so I'm getting there, I
Yeah, I
guess.
think so. I
the the
think you did.
the pretty dragon lady said some stuff about how they
I'm
fought.
mad at the pretty dragon lady.
Oh wow, does she fuck up?
I wouldn't even qualify it as a fuck up. I would say she's a fuck up, but I don't. I
That's
don't
fair.
want to spoil anything. Suffice to say, the one time that like a real thing happened involving her, I was like, "What the fuck? Why were you ever in charge?"
Oh no, the DM did a bad job, huh? The DM thought the DM thought they were making some real shit, and then actually it turns out their character complete fucking dumbass.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to spoil anything because they're, it's a story. I
Yeah,
don't want to spoil the story. Um,
appreciate that.
there's a scene that I probably should have liked more than I did, and a big reason that I didn't like it as much as I probably should have is because I was busy being mad at her.
Ain't that just the way? Ain't that just the way? Uh, well, I mean, I've enjoyed what I've played so far. I find it weirdly, for me, I find that kind of gameplay actually a little relaxing. I don't know why, except for when the camera decides to wildly just do its own fucking thing. It's
The
funny.
targeting in that game is weird.
I wouldn't say it's worse than original PSO, but it's not better. It has its own problems. Like, I overcame the issues of original PSO's targeting, but this is like kind of the same problem with solutions and problems that it made out of itself. In some ways, it definitely
Yeah.
is better, except for its very niche cases where it just decides to target something, and it's never the thing you want it to target.
Yeah. I will say one nice thing. I agree. I have a lot of complaints about the targeting. For example, I'm playing a class that does not target my allies basically ever. Why would you ever prioritize targeting my ally over targeting the enemy I'm standing right in front of?
Yeah, I know
But
that feeling. Yep,
I
yep,
will
yep,
say a
yep.
nice thing because I started leveling up a healer class because I want to check out some of the other roles. So I started leveling up a healer class, and you can just hit down on the D-pad to target yourself, like directly, immediately, which is something I was worried about because I was like, I'm playing a squishy healer trying to do all this solo content. The only way that it's going to work is if I can heal myself. But I
Mm-hmm.
don't know how difficult it's going to be to target myself for healing and then switch back to the enemy. And it's actually been surprisingly easy because you can just down on D-pad to target yourself, then untarget and retarget, and you'll target the thing in front of you. So
Yeah, that's nice. Like I said, like the targeting is pretty good. Sometimes you're, especially I've
it's
noticed
got
like
some really weird finickiness. Like
the
it's the
irony
kind of thing where it
is
feels like it works and you don't have to think about it until it doesn't work, and then you're just like, what the fuck is going on here?
uh-huh. Like, especially if like somebody's in there and you're just like, I'm not a healer. Hello, welcome back, Jackson.
Let's get murdered.
Good news, Jackson. You and Sean were right.
Okay.
You watch, maybe a little bit in dread, as you like turn away to like start hobbling, but as you do, Jensen opens fire on this on one of the creatures that is now kind of positionally in between him and Joanne, and he fires on it, kind of spraying across, not missing the spray, but also some of the or one of the rounds actually ricochets off the armor and grazes Joanne in the leg, causing her to fall prone. She falls to her knees underneath this creature.
You played enough FPSs. You should know standing, kneeling, and prone are 3 different stances.
Okay, kneeling. She's kneeling. I'm sorry. Prone is just the default term for knocked down in all tabletop.
Funnily enough, even I know the 3 stances. I spent some time on the rifle team as a kid. I was shit at it, but but I did it for a couple of years.
I couldn't think of the word, but she's knocked over, and now the other body is kind of looming over her. Do you do anything first when you see her knocked over?
He's knocked over. This thing's standing over her.
Yes.
That's a much cleaner shot in my brain. I don't know what your percentages are, but
the percentages are definitely 99 and 1.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. So don't crit fail.
It looks a lot cleaner, so I'm definitely gonna open fire on that thing.
Okay.
And yeah. And because the back half of this game has my back, that was a 27.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and roll damage.
That was what damage you said was like 4d10 or something like that?
Yes, 4d10 damage.
17.
Okay. 17.
I do love the idea of like supporting this person with one shoulder and the other one I'm just like, all right.
Uh-huh. All right. You fire you take a shot at the this Milsect creature and actually get a pretty good solid shot. Some of it ricocheting like into some of their limbs and staggering them off back away from Joanne, who in response, holy shit, Joanne, it pissed Joanne off. You actually see her like roll over and fire a jet of fire out from underneath from like her hip, and she, I believe, you see it like from toe to tip, it just is engulfed in a gout of flame, and it like staggers a few more feet back and even onto its back and is writhing on the ground now as Jensen then kind of staggers over to the side a few steps and then crouches down and helps Joanne up, who pats her side and shows that she's okay but startled. And you all continue going down the hallway. Behind you, as now Jensen is picking up speed and is no longer like aiming to cover. You hear him shout out from behind you. Baxter, you son of a bitch! You better be up ahead. And almost as in response, you hear a couple of gunshots down the hallway, the direction you're going. Um, as you hear footsteps from behind you. Um, you you catch up to Baxter and Ramiro, who are fending off one more that had cut off ahead of you. Um, uh, I'll say, uh, what is you? Give me one big move. Give me one big move.
One big move. One big move looks like trying to figure out the way out, the path that
The easiest
maybe we
path
can.
is through that one that's directly in front of you. If you do,
All
you
right.
guys would you feel confident you'd be home clear, but you'd be sprinting the rest of the way.
Then I jump to join. I go ahead and hop up with him as well. And I look to the person I'm carrying to say just 1 sec, and I sprint ahead and pull out the shotgun. And as soon as I can line myself up with them, so that we're all in parallel, I lay down a shot.
Roll advantage with plus 15 with plus 20.
All right.
I'll make this fun for a silly way. Just for the catharsis.
Yeah. Well, appreciate the advantage and the plus 20 because it's just enough. Because my lowest roll was 56, and with the plus 20, I needed a 59, so I rolled under by 3.
Okay. Yeah. And actually, the way this looks is everybody kind of like matches up in step, and you all unload and just roll a casual 10d10. Fuck it.
Yeah. All right. Uh, that is that's a nice even 40 damage.
40?
Yeah.
40, 40. I have to do some math. Holy shit. I will say, I can do
So did we just firing squad this thing?
a little bit. Let me make sure. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, you all open fire, tearing into this one that's standing in front of you. Uh, and you tear it down and to the side. At least one of its arms is shot off. One of its legs is brought down, crumpled to a knee. But you like kind of knock it down and onto its back, and you're able to start moving by it. But you notice that as you're doing that, it like slumps over onto its stomach and starts pulling itself in the direction of you guys as you run past it. Like, even all of that, you didn't quite take it out.
I got one last big move for you.
Okay.
I dropped the shotgun for dropped the shotgun for a moment because it's out of ammo. I'm not going to leave it behind. That shotgun is part of my spirit now. I turn the shovel into a javelin.
Okay.
No, you don't. Just full send it. Full send the shovel into this creature. I don't know if that's really gonna stop it, but it feels heat of the moment, so
Roll 2d10. I'm not gonna say you're gonna have to roll an attack for that. It's pretty debilitated, so it's not gonna be hard to do.
That is 54.
2d10 is 54 damage.
Oh, well, sorry, that's 9. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, that's just. I was like, what fucking d10 do you have? They roll 54 damage.
I was adding the 5 and I was treating as D100.
How do you finish them off?
If you're letting that be a lucky shot, that severs the head.
Yeah.
That spade just goes right through the neck. Like is already like all the muscles are. I imagine like just taxing the regeneration. Like the fibers are starting to wear out, and it's really starting to struggle just to hold its like system together. So it doesn't have the fortitude that it had at full strength. So with surprising ease, the the thrown shovel uh, doesn't fully clear its head, but pierces it and pins its neck to the ground.
Yep. Yeah, and you're able to fully sever the head from the shoulders of one of these creatures, and its body uh it protests for a moment and falls mostly limp. It's
Nice.
certainly, if it is still moving, it is not moving after you, and you're able to continue on with that.
Cool. Yeah,
Uh,
I grab the shotgun. Like I pick it back up and I'm like, how could I ever leave you?
uh-huh. You you pick that back up and continue heading down the hall. The sound of beeping from uh, Baxter's motion detector, as it still sounds like there are some at your heels, but you're able to make it up and out through the way that you were coming. You're not, you're confident you're not going to get lost as you follow the trail of chem lights that Jensen had been leaving behind you, as well as the remembering the direction that you had come from. Um, and you're able to make it up to the top, to the entrance, and you're back inside of this kind of like concrete room, uh, and you're back to the exit door. Still, the sounds of it sounds like at least another 4, maybe 5, sprinting down the halls behind you. Yeah. What's the last thing you do, or you die?
So we're still not quite out yet. We're still hearing the beep boops.
You're still hearing the beep boops, but you just have one more big act.
Okay.
One more big action.
I shout to everyone, whoever gets to it first, start the engines. You're the driver. We'll figure it out later.
um, Baxter has gone through the door to the exit and is like placing uh, Ramiro in the back seat. Uh, Jensen sprints out behind you and heads for the driver's seat and gets the car and or gets the hum of the electric car running, while Joanne, you and Vixen hobble out. So you're able to get into the car. Um, do you do anything about the door or anything? Cute. Gross cute.
Yeah, I mean, if it needs to be held, or if we need to, uh, if there's anything that I did miss a small amount of that, but as far as what's wrong with the door, is it just
No,
locked
I
or?
just if you don't do anything about it, you'll just leave it open. Just a detail I'm curious about.
Oh, gotcha. No, I think we're getting out of here. I don't want to be the one holding this up, so I'll try to make sure that everyone's out. But I think because I'm carrying an injured person or helping an injured person, I'll get them to the vehicle as soon as I can, and then get the vehicle doors open for anybody else,
Yep.
so that they can just dive in as soon as they get out.
As you do that, you hear a couple more rifle rounds sputter out from Joanne until you hear a click, and she goes, "Fuck! and she dives into the side passenger seat of the car. You all are kind of sardined a little bit in the back since there's now a couple more people, but uh, it's not unspacious, so it's just definitely tight. Um, Jensen peels out away from the car as another creature bolts out and into the street, chasing behind uh, before being left.
Okay. Before Jensen is left.
No,
Did I
no,
catch that right?
before the creature is left behind.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Well, at least that solves one problem.
We got a couple out today, so yeah.
You see him kind of breathe in and out, and he just says, "I'm a man of my word. Don't make me regret it."
It's fine. Just make your buddy do it. A bum leg doesn't mean they can't do paperwork.
For context, he means like he's gonna let you guys through, no problems.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay. Well, there you go. Man,
I do actually ask him one last question.
go ahead.
Um, uh, so what he said, I think I'll actually kind of change up my response, and I'll say, appreciate it. Uh, I'm worried that I'm looking to be too altruistic, but I couldn't help but overhear about the 100 or something like that. Is your camp going to be okay? I'd like to move on to the next thing. I'm also not excited to just let a bunch of people get killed.
I won't I won't lie. You can give any help. I'd appreciate it. I won't require you to stick around for whatever happens. You'd help us prepare. I would appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm not inhumane. I'm an able-bodied guy, and I'll do what I can. People shouldn't die if they don't gotta.
You hear Jensen huff and just say, "Good man, Fred. You as well, Joanne. Also, take a look at your leg." She kind of glowers at him when he says that, but says, "Thank you." And yeah, you guys head back to the wall. Meanwhile, Folia continues approaching the second deck, lingering with the thoughts of some of the things that you'd learned today. Maybe one more thought. And that thought being, what would be the what is in Kolia's mind right now?
There any more rations left?
And with that, we end the session.
Is
Great.
there were some parts where I was checked out and missing. Is Colia infected and trying to like feeling cravings for
Well,
calories?
Colia is complicated.
Kolya doesn't know what's happening to Kolya. Kolya will get
Yes.
back to you on this one.
You know less about what's happening to Colia compared to what's happening to anyone else. I'll put it that way. If you knew what Colia... I'll say Fred doesn't know exactly what's going on with Colia right now, but if he did,
I know
it would...
nothing.
Exactly. It would not... You wouldn't understand what's happening to Colia, because it has seemingly very little to no correlation to the actual symptoms you know people are experiencing.
Gotcha.
Well, go ahead, wrap it up before the ads hit again. Good, they're not going to. That was good though. That was good. I think I did find a sweet point there. And now I think very confidently, no matter what, when the tension does rise, I think I've at least figured out how to also keep those pace so that way I'm not just. The second I went, that's a lot of dice to roll. I went, no, it's not. I've learned my lesson. No, it's not. Sometimes the better thing to do is just be like, something happens. Fuck it.
Right,
So-
instead of just rolling dice for 5 minutes to like
Uh-huh.
you have the power to narrate how that exchange goes, yeah.
I'm sure somebody out there who's a GM would do that. I don't got time or patience for that shit. I will roll. I ain't gonna roll that much though.
Eh?
But yeah, I think that all went well. I really liked being able to have discussions about the creatures. That gave me some food for thought as well to kind of chew on. As well as I hope you enjoyed the scary scene, Fred. I hope your heartbeat is above its normal rate. I will remember. Oh, go ahead.
No, it was the same. My heart rate's above 5. It's this many.
I don't know what he's doing, but he's ready for me to end the stream. So thank you for joining, everybody. There's actually two things because I remembered and then I got distracted by the cat freaking out. End of session. Relief. Did we make any progress on any of the things?
Oh, now sorry. My brain. I haven't asked how. I haven't asked how that firmware thing's going.
Uh,
Uh,
it's making progress. But I would say you definitely accomplishing this definitively got you access to Rhea, so that would definitely be a stress back for trying to get to your parents.
yeah. Yeah, I
Does
agree with that.
does Kolya feel like anything that he learned today helps him with motivating towards containment or not or anything?
I was trying to figure that out, and I think the answer is yes, actually. Because I do think it matters in terms of containment, it matters whether these things are intelligent or not. Because if they're not intelligent, it'll be easier to contain them. If they're more intelligent, we may need more drastic measures.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Then I would say at least one de-stress for each of you.
Nice.
And now on that note, one more thing. Thank you for joining, everybody. The last thing we're gonna do, I've got to draw a quick picture, and you guys are gonna help me do that at the end of every stream. I have to draw it in paint, and if you want to participate in chat, all you gotta do is type in chat. Just type like a word or a noun or a subject, and then I'll use whatever chat says. We'll work together, and then I have to make a reference, then speed draw that in 60 seconds in paint. And because I am using my drawing screen actively, I have to use keyboard and mouse, which is fun for me. So, yeah, what should we, Sean, Jackson, what do you want me to draw?
What to draw?
Hug.
Big hug. From
Big
inside.
hug. From inside?
From inside. From inside flesh.
From inside
Maybe
flesh?
you should watch together.
Oh, God.
That's my takeaway from this session, is maybe you should watch together.
Maybe I should watch together?
Yeah.
Good. Good. Good God. I swear.
Jackson would like together.
Ooh.
You think I would like it?
I think he'd like it.
Okay.
Interesting. I didn't expect that assertion.
I think that the themes and the storyline in that movie would be interesting to you, Jackson.
Yeah.
And I don't think that you would be unable to watch it the way that Isaac might.
Hey now.
Does it
I'm
have a
willing
lot
to
of
get
bone
yucky.
breaking?
Yeah, it's all about fleshy horribleness, doing horrible things to our fleshy bodies. Visually, at least, it is.
Together.
That's not the theme, but
Yeah, but it's like you're doing it together or something.
uh-huh. I would be down to watch that movie again, honestly, though. It's been a minute, and I liked it. It's one of the better horror movies I've seen in a while.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah, I'm down.
Listen, you know I like to harm myself. You know I will cringe the whole time. You know I'll get upset. But
You
I
know
will.
that I actively harmed myself tonight.
Uh-huh.
You really did.
You truly did. Was that your
I'm
April
glad you're
Fool?
drinking water now.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Was that your April Fool's? Was that your April Fool's joke? To shoot
I am the
yourself
fool.
on stream.
I mean, yeah, I was gonna say we did this joke earlier while you were out of the room, and I did say that this was Savannah's April Fool's prank on you.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's funny.
It's true.
She knows I couldn't resist. It was just setting the trap.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there were three separate instances where I stepped away. The first one was to use the restroom. The second one was just to have a little bit of a lay down because I was like, I don't feel so good, Chief.
Oh
And then
no! You just had to
and then
go
the
lie
third
down
one was-
for a second? Did you tell me
You
you
just had
hurt
to go
that
lay
bad?
down. Yeah, and then the third one was to go back to the restroom again, and I was like, okay. And now the demons are gone.
Oh, that's good at least.
At least the demons are gone.
I've definitely been there before of like I don't there's nothing I can do, but I just need to be horizontal.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I've had that
Yeah.
too. Well, otherwise, thank you for joining, everybody. If you want to see that picture, stick around to the very end. We also do a bit of a closing bit, and we do raid at the end of every stream, so that way the vampire is in our chat, like Sean can keep watching. to everybody else, make sure to go lock your doors and windows because it is almost lunchtime for Sean. Thank you for joining, everybody. You can eat that. You can eat that. So you're safe, actually. You can go lock your doors. Except for the vampires. You gotta watch out for them. And thank you for joining, everybody. Hope you had a good time and you enjoyed the show. Yeah, you're eating them live. Jesus. Thought you would at least wait. If you're able to join the live show, thank you for stopping by and chatting and watching. If you're watching this in the future, thank you for taking the time to go back and rewatching the VOD. We appreciate it. If you're out there and you enjoyed this and you want to see more of what we're up to, I recommend scrolling down below and following or clicking any of the links. There's a link to all the socials in the Discord below. We post when we go live on any one of those platforms, as well as anything else that we're up to, and you can come hang out with the rest of the Discord here. It's a good time in there. We got a bunch of people in there. We got friends. We got viewers. Our community's dope. You should go say hi to them. You should add to it. We're always looking to take on more. As long as you're not a big poop ahead, we'll know. They'll know. But they're just chilling there. Speaking of which, a shout out to our community on the Discord and everyone who follows. You guys are a wonderful audience. We appreciate you. If we do anything particularly entertaining or noteworthy, feel free to clip it and share it on the internet. Just make sure to also hashtag with MCCanary or link it back to the stream so people can find more of the good stuff we do here. And if you want to see the stream grow, you gotta let people know. I appreciate that you guys have been talking about the stream, and I do encourage you to do it more. It does help us out. And it's just super cool. It's nice to know that we're doing things that people want to talk about. I don't do any other kind of, or I don't pay for any advertising. The only thing I do is I post when we go live. That's the only other way that people really learn about the stream. So if you can tell people about the stream, if you really do enjoy this, and you know somebody who would like it too, you should tell them about it. You should. I won't. And as always, a huge thank you to all of our supporters on Patreon, Coffee, and Twitch. Your generosity allows us to continue to expand the stream, as well as take on more projects, and the stream would not be made possible without viewers like you, so we thank you. If you want to see your name added to this list, as well as some other benefits you get, you could always subscribe directly on Twitch, or check out the Patreon and Coffee here. It'll show you everything that you can get, and any amount is always appreciated. Once again, thank you. And thank you, Mods, for doing a wonderful job of holding back the run army to become famous. Thank you, Sean and Jackson, for another session of Mothership. Had a great time. I think next time we're gonna have some time. We're gonna have some time skip. We're finally gonna have some time skip. I promise. It'll be some shit. It'll be some shit you're gonna be getting up to, I think. Sean.
We also will have not 5 hours next time.
That's fair. Probably.
Just putting that into the ether.
That's fair. That's totally fair. On that note, thank you, Drew Mods, for doing a wonderful job. Home back to the run and becoming famous. Get you guys through housekeeping. I already said that. I can't remember if I did, but I did already say that. You guys have any housekeeping? You know I can't see you. I can no longer see you if you're making a visual.
No.
Well, go check everybody else out in Goblin Entertainment here. I didn't spell it right. That link tree has links to everyone's channels and everything that they've done and they've been up to, and you can find more of my stuff here if I spell it right. That link tree has links to everything that I post to. If you came in late on this one, for example, the VOD should be available in the morning. I'm going to try to do that real quick before I go to bed. I'll get hopefully the VOD up, and hopefully Twitch will like it. It's kind of long. Twitch is weird, but it should be there in the morning if you came in late. If you want to see what we got up to this session earlier on, as well as other episodes of the Mothership game, and just everything else that we're up to. Speaking of what we're up to, for the rest of the week, tomorrow, should be doing some more of something with James, maybe Aqua if she's available as well, if she's feeling up to it. And then Friday, we should be back on the saga with you guys again, with you, Jackson, Sean, and I. We should be doing more of the saga. Saturday should be more Star Citizen with James, his brother, and anybody else who wants to join. And then we'll be back around on Monday with more I Was a Teenage Exile Colonist. So yeah, if any of that sounds interesting to you, always definitely follow, click all the things, go all the places, keep up to date, post live on Discord as well. And other than that, go check out everybody in Goblin Entertainment and stick around. We'll go say hi to the Wizard, who's playing Slay the Spire 2. Never played the first game, seemed pretty good. Heard the second one's pretty good. Don't know nothing about it.
There's a second Spire.
There is a second Spire to slay, so go say hi to him.
Jeez.
He's a good guy. Otherwise, everybody have a good evening. Take it easy. Jackson, is there anything you'd like to tell the audience?
Well,
Sean, is there anything you would like to tell Eggnog?
You won't get me that easily, you devious bastard. I know better.
I mean, that was private. They were smooching. They were smooching. I didn't want to say it. I thought it would be too. I thought Twitch might get mad at me. This is
Don't never kiss and tell.
I didn't talk about it.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
not use it.
The freaks. Listen, they're not freaks.
You can't call Jackson and Savannah freaks. They're nice people.
Oh. April Fools!
April freaks.